Okay, Mayor, looks like we've got a full crowd this evening, so you're ready to go.
Good evening and welcome to the October 19th, 2021 business meeting of the Council of the Borough of Ringwood. Because of the coronavirus emergency, the following provisions shall apply to the conduct of this meeting. Attendance at the meeting shall be limited to essential staff at Borough Hall, and members of the council will attend via Zoom. The public may also observe and participate in the meeting via Zoom. The meeting is being broadcast and will be replayed on Channel 77 throughout the week. Just a reminder to council members, please address all questions to the mayor, and in turn, the mayor will address Mr. Klimak or Mr. Heck. Also, for transparency, the public has a right to see all council members visually at each meeting. Please remember to state your name before speaking so minutes can be taken properly. Nicole, statement of compliance, please.
Adequate notice of this business meeting has been provided in accordance with the Open Public Meeting Law, PL 1975, Chapter 231, setting forth the time, date, place, and purpose of this business meeting by consent agenda resolution number 2021-14, adopted January 5th, 2021, through a legal notice published in the Suburban Trends issue of January 10th, 2021, and through notices emailed to the following named newspapers and posted on the bulletin board at Borough Hall on January 7th, 2021. The Suburban Trends and the Bergen Record.
Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Here.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Here.
Council Members Bolton,
Here.
Peretti,
Here.
Matty Olandis,
Here.
O'Keefe,
Here.
and Spear.
Here.
Also present, Borough Manager, Director, Department of Public Works, Scott Heck, Municipal Clerk, Nicole Langenmeyer, and Borough Attorney, Richard J. Klimak, and CFO Debbie Buchanan. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, tonight we have a brief presentation from Jason Oken on the annual Hunger Walk. Scott, can you please invite Jason in to give his presentation?
Mr. Oken, if you could raise your hand, I'm looking for you through the list here and I don't see you. Mayor, I don't see Mr. Oken in the attendees. I'll look again. Yeah, I don't see him,
Okay.
Mayor.
Perhaps I'll just read the proclamation, and then if he gets on later, we can have him speak on it. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Whereas representatives of the House of Worship in Ringwood have coordinated the Ringwood Hunger Walk for over 20 consecutive years. And whereas the Ringwood Hunger Walk is supported by many individuals and organizations, including the Ringwood Chamber of Commerce, the Knights of Columbus, Lakeland Regional High School, VEEP, and Lakeland Regional High School National Honor Society. And whereas the aim of the Ringwood Hunger Walk is to raise awareness of hunger here in Upper Passaic County and raise funds to help these families with proceeds donated to the Ringwood branch of the Center for Food Action. And whereas the Ringwood Hunger Walk will take place on Sunday, November 7th, 2021, between 8:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. at the Fieldstone Shopping Center. Due to COVID-19, this year's event will be a drive-through. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Municipal Council of the Borough of Ringwood hereby proclaims Sunday, November 7th, 2021 as Ringwood Hunger Walk 2021 Day in the Borough of Ringwood, and in recognition and support of the hundreds of individuals who want to end hunger one step at a time and to help to achieve the goals and needs of the Center for Food Action. Next, we will have the approval of minutes. Nicole?
We have the minutes from August 31st, 2021. Mayor Schaefer was absent.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
I'll move.
Second, I'll make the motion.
And who's second? I'm sorry. Have a second?
I have a council member Bolton as the motion and the second as Deputy Mayor McCracken. Is that okay?
Okay.
Sure.
Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Abstain.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
council members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Mayor, before you move forward, if it would be really helpful for the minutes, I listened to some of the tapes. It's very difficult to determine who on these Zoom calls, who's making the motion, so if you tell us your name first and then make your motion, and if we could try not to talk over each other, it would be so much easier for the minutes. It's hard for Nicole to get all this. If we could practice some of that discipline, it would be really helpful for getting accurate minutes.
Right. Thank you. All right, next is the general public portion of the meeting.
Mayor, this evening, Congressman Gottheimer was going to join us. I don't see him.
I do
But-
see the number for his office.
I was just going to say, if in fact he is on, if he could raise his hand, and I will bring him up first, but he's not identified here. So if that's the case,
I could help you. It's a 201.
I don't want to list his number out loud, but there is one
Okay.
number, but is that in fact the congressman?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Let me read this for the general public portion. Anyone who wishes to address the council will have 3 minutes to do so. Please raise your hand and state your name and address for the record. Nicole, please let us know if we hit 3 minutes. I know you have a buzzer, so you can let me know and I'll try to listen for it. Scott, is Congressman Gottheimer on?
Mr. Congressman, is that you on the cell phone?
No, this is Lauren. I'm from the Congressman's office. And the Congressman is still in votes at the moment. He should be back in just a couple minutes.
Okay.
I can unmute myself and let you know when he is on.
Okay, I'll probably put you in the attendees. If you could just raise your hand by your phone, then I'll know you're ready.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor. I do have several people that would like to speak. Shall I bring the rest in?
Yes, let's start bringing them in, and then when the congressman is able to, we'll put them on.
You write down a number so I know. Okay. So, Mr. Martucci, if you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
Jim Martucci, 517 Skyline Lakes Drive, Ringwood, New Jersey.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
The reason I'm here tonight is it's now October going into November. And so far, I have not heard any solution to the James Drive treatment plant. As I recall, it was approved in the financial committee. It was introduced as an ordinance without any negative discussion. And then when it came for a vote, it was voted down. And here we are. I mean, we have a septic system that is old, that needs repairs. What are we going to do about it? And basically, I think it's something that should be on the top of the agenda for the next couple of months until it gets fixed. So,
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Martucci.
okay.
Gleason, if you can state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. I'm Kelly Gleason, 236 McGee Road. I addressed you guys last month on the 21st regarding the Airbnb ordinance that was proposed. Since the 21st, we have had multiple U-Hauls show up at the property to unload for weekend parties, setting up tents and all kinds of paraphernalia. We've had the streets littered with balloons and flyers attached to every tree and telephone pole for the entire length of McGee Road, which is a little over a mile, indicating where the party was. Again, countless nights of loud music and fireworks, trash in the street in front of the home, in addition to an arrest while the Airbnb was being rented for a music video. The concern for my family, my neighbors, the people that are attracted into town to hike, because we have the great hiking trail that leads on McGee Road, is safety. These cars are coming from out of state. They are speeding excessively. My children can't go out and ride their bikes in the road because I'm afraid for their safety. It also has come to my attention through some research on social media, the party that occurred Labor Day weekend, they were selling bottle service. They were selling alcohol, which would bet money they did not have a liquor license. So I really urge you guys to listen to us and vote in favor of the ordinance for the people of Ringwood, for our safety. And if you guys are questioning it, I invite any one of you to come and spend the weekend and experience it for yourself. Thank you guys for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gleason.
Mr. Rebecki, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Paul Rebecki, 99 Edward Drive. I have Jason Oken on the phone, so
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna bring him on. He had technical difficulties. Jason, you want to speak?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
You can.
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening, Council. Thank you so much for I'm having some Zoom trouble. You've already read the proclamation. I just want to encourage everybody to come and participate in the Hunger Walks drive-through. It's going to be November 7th at the Stop and Shop Fieldstone Plaza. We're not having a walk around the track or anything. We're having a drive-through. So pick up envelopes at any church or the library, get donations, and bring it over on the 7th. If you can't do that, mail your checks to the Hunger Walk at 145 Carlindale. 145 Carlindale in Ringwood. That's actually the community church and That's where our Center for Food Action is located. All this money is for our local Center for Food Action, which serves Ringwood and the up-county towns. And since I'm on the phone, I'd like to thank the council for supporting the Hunger Walk, and especially Linda Schaefer, who's always there. And you guys know who you are. Many of you have given personal donations, which is greatly appreciated. Thank you, and thank you for my engineer, Paul Rubaki.
And thank you, Mr. Oken, for all your years of service to the Hunger Walk. It's greatly appreciated.
Okay, very good.
Okay. Hi, Ms. Shu, if you could just state your name and address for the record.
Right. Jennifer Shu, 205 Lakeview Avenue in Ringwood, New Jersey. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Green Team. The Green Team is extremely pleased to announce that we have donated a Trex bench to the library. Our efforts to collect 500 pounds of plastic have finally paid off with an actual bench, and it's now at the library for everyone to enjoy and use. We dedicated the bench this past Saturday. I thank everyone who attended.
Right.
I'm also just wanted to remind everyone that the installation for the Found Art project is still on view at Ringwood Manor. This installation was a result of a collaboration between the Green Team and Ringwood Manor Association for the Arts. As the seasons change, you'll find the installation really enjoyable to come and see how it also changes in contrast to the changing season. Finally, I'd like to announce that the Green Team will be at carrying for Ringwood Day. We will have a booth at Borough Hall. We have been conducting a campaign to urge residents to bring their own bags when they go shopping. We need only 50 more signatures to reach our goal. So I'd like to ask everyone as they come out to help and carry for Ringwood, if they stop by our booth and sign our pledge, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much.
Jennifer, where did you say that you were going to be that day?
We're going to be at Borough Hall.
Borough Hall.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Ms. Kennedy, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Robin Kennedy, 310 Lakeview Avenue. I'm hearing a lot of disinformation on the high-density housing plan on Skyline Drive. Jamie has said we have to do it because of fair share. However, there was an August 7, 2017 meeting, and Mayor Spear specifically states it's not about affordable housing. He said the development on Skyline Drive is not about COA, it's about economic development. He said if it was only about COA, he would go to court and fight it, since the Highlands says we can't build. So I'm wondering where the disconnect is on that, and hopefully somebody will address that. I also want to say, I have a question. Will there be a discussion about the Airbnb ordinance when the ordinance comes up?
I'm sorry, part
Or
of
does
that
that have to come
got
out
cut
now?
Part of that come up.
The Airbnb, when you introduce the ordinance, is there a discussion at that time? Or do I have to do that now?
There's a public hearing tonight.
Okay, so then I want to say something else. So last month, Jamie invoked the words of Nelson Mandela as a way of somehow demonstrating her courage as being a councilwoman. I just have to say no. Being a Republican councilwoman on a Republican council in a Republican town with a Republican mayor, attorney, and borough manager takes no courage at all. It takes no courage to say yes to everything one of you proposes, since you don't discuss any of it in public and just echo the other's votes. Courage is actually being one of the minority, knowing you'll never get the fourth vote you need and yet fighting for what you believe nonetheless. Still not Mandela courage, but definitely courage. It would be easy to say yes to the bond, but since they think it's fiscally irresponsible to incur unnecessary debt without exploring other options, they're not doing the easy thing. I appreciate their fighting to save taxpayers' money, to accomplish what's needed with the least impact on taxes, which is their job, and not just echo, yes, 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 yes. I appreciate they're looking for other funding and not always taking the easy way out. We have millions in debt. If there's another way, an effort should be made to find it. So thanks to Kathy, Rob, and Ryan for fighting for us. I do think that's courage. And on a different topic, I'd like to take exception to Mr. Klimac's attack on Mr. Sando for his choice of words during last month's public portion. As a borough attorney, he's paid to give legal advice, not to be the church lady or impart phony indignation for someone's word choice. For a group that won't do a thing about obscenities on flags where anyone can see them, to lecture someone for using the word hack is the exact thing a hack might do. Some of you sure have a twisted interpretation of the First Amendment. Mr. Klimak, please limit your remarks to your job as borough attorney and allow members of the public the same leeway in their word choices as you do for the people who have four-letter words all over town, not to mention campaign flags a year after a lost election. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Pisano, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Yep, Jim Bizzano, 134 McGee Road. And Mr. Heck, this is regarding the Airbnb ordinance. If you'd like me to speak later, I'm happy to do so, or I can talk now.
If you want it on the record for that hearing, you should probably speak at that point.
Okay, I'll raise my
You can
hand.
certainly, you can say it both, but you certainly can speak at that point.
Well, I'll just go over a couple of things there. This is just to say that this is an issue for everybody in our town. It's not maybe hasn't always been a big deal here, but in the research that I've done, it's a big deal in many communities throughout New Jersey and has grown to become a big problem of crime, nuisance, safety issues. I've always known Ringwood to be a town that has had a very low crime rate. And at this point, through this summer, I've seen more police activity in the house next door to mine than I have in any other house in any neighborhood I've ever lived in. I grew up in Yonkers, and this is at another level. So I'll probably comment some more later. We shouldn't let businesses like this run in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sando, if you can state your name and address for the record.
Yes, good evening. Peter Sando, 24 High Point Lane. Thank you for the information on the Hunger Walk. Always a great event. Tonight I'm responding, there's so much stuff going around, but tonight I'm responding to some comments that Councilman Spear at the tail end of made at the tail end of the last meeting. He was apparently trying to justify the Republicans' decision to spend a chunk of the Ford Upper Ringwood settlement money on a PR firm, which they did, to set up a website that would reinforce their position on the Superfund cover-up. He said that they had to hire this PR firm in 2016 because their deal with the polluter was, quote, in danger of being thrown out by a rather deceptive petition drive. And that they, quote, had to protect their settlement from that public attack. Now, Mr. Spear is entitled to his characterization of the affair, but I must say that the deception kind of falls back. As many of you are well aware, the actual purpose of the petition was to put the decision of either cleaning up the O'Connor landfill or capping it, leaving the toxic soil in place, to a town-wide referendum. It was a response by the signers, Democrat, Republican, and Independent, to put this serious issue to the voters, rather than have the deal struck between Ford and the borough shoved down their throats at the last minute, stopping the DEP's recommendation for a full cleanup. That's what actually happened. It wasn't a deceptive campaign. And yes, the petition was defeated in court on a technicality with the help and cooperation of powerful Ford Motor Company attorneys and Ringwood Borough attorneys, all defending the polluter's saving of the $35 million or whatever it was. So anyway, getting back to the issue at hand, if this money was quote unquote encumbered, as it's been stated, and cannot be used for the needed police radios or library repairs, my question is, how come they could dip in to cover their self-serving PR campaign? That's the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sander.
Ms. Martino, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Hi, it's Patty Martino, 135 McGee Road. I will speak also later, but I just want to bring to attention to all the council people that if you want to hear what this is like, come and sit on my front porch, because you can't talk when you sit on my front porch from all the noise. We have police calls constantly. I have a radio, as you all know, you know who my son is. But you have to understand that I've lived in this house for over 30 years. I've never seen this many police activities at one house ever. My son has been on the volunteer fire department for years. We've been volunteering for this town for years. I don't understand how we can question whether to pass this. Please pass this. We need to get this out of our neighborhood. We need the crime, the police coming here constantly out of here. There's a lot of other issues. I'm not going to list them all right now. I have contacted the council and I've not heard back from only 2 people from the council. And that kind of makes me a little more upset than anything. Again, I've been here for years. Please pass this ordinance. The other thing is you have all the police come over here. It's not one, it is the entire town. It's all of them have to come over here. They don't have radios. You're talking about the radios. They can't even hear when you're over here. I know because I can't hear them when they're across the street. So please pass this and also take care of the radios and the library and everything else. You know, don't play your games. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Martino.
Mayor, I believe that the congressman is ready to speak, so I'm going to bring him in next. Congressman, if you could just unmute yourself, and you can go ahead and speak.
Welcome, Congressman.
Congressman, if you could just unmute yourself. This also may still be his representative from the staff. I'm not sure. Congressman, if you can just unmute yourself. All right, Mayor, I'm going to go to the next person and come back to the congressman next, if that's okay.
Yes, that's fine.
Mr. Corrali, if you can unmute yourself and just state your name and address for the record.
Yes. Hello, my name is Zoltan Kirai. I live at 32 Mountainside Drive here in Ringwood. Thank you, first of all, for the council for hearing us, and I appreciate the time. 2 quick questions regarding the redevelopment plan and the affordable housing incentive. So the proposal for the Stop and Shop and CVS of the proposal that's on the table right now, does that entail how many levels of additional flights in the CVS and Stop and Shop area? So my question would be, is it going to be a single story that will accommodate? My understanding is there'll be approximately 75 units built on both of those shopping centers. And can that be accommodated with a single flight, or would there be a second and third and fourth floor, et cetera? And my second question for that is, will the affordable housing units be rental properties or will they be owned properties? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tempe? just state-
Hi, good evening, everyone. This is Wendy Tempe, 151 McGee Road. Speaking tonight on behalf of the Airbnb on McGee Road. Just wanted to, give a little view on what we deal with every night when they do have people there, which is during the week and weekends. I live diagonally from the house, and between the cars going up and down the street trying to find the house, pulling in our driveway, pulling out of our driveway all day, all night. The music, when I'm sitting in my own home trying to watch TV, we can't hear the TV because of the music. And, a week and a half ago, we got home about 1 o'clock in the morning, and there was a DJ and music going that we were standing in my driveway and I couldn't hear my husband speaking to me. So there are so many aspects to this with the neighbors, everybody having to deal with these people coming in that we don't even know who they are. And it is very disturbing with the police officers having to come over here all the time when there's other issues they could be dealing with around town, which we do appreciate them coming over here to help us. And just hoping that you guys will pass this ordinance so we can go back to the quiet street that I moved to 14 years ago. Thank you for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Mrs. Tempe.
Congressman, if you're available to speak, you could just unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Lauren again. The congressman has informed me that he has his hand raised and is ready to speak.
Okay. I don't have. I only have your phone number. I don't have anything else. Is he calling for another phone?
I believe he's on his laptop. Give me one moment.
Let me, if he raises his hand, it'll bring him up to the top. There's a lot of people in the public portion tonight. Let me see if I can find out. Yeah, I'm sorry. I went through a list. I don't see him signed in. Looks like I might have lost her. Okay, Mayor, I guess I'll go to the next person for now. I'll just keep watch out. So if you could if you could state your name and address for the record.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Tall, 24 High Point Lane. Mr. Heck, at the last meeting, I asked you about the fact that there are, I think, I've heard, approximately 14 homes that would like to hook up to the James Drive sewer plant. And whether that would be a problem since they're at near capacity now. And you answered that it wouldn't because it's in a sewer zone. Presentation about the plant. It seems as I said, the plant is almost at capacity. The DEP permit is for 36,000 gallons per day. And in order to add homes, there would need to be an upgrade of capacity to the plant, which is not happening. And a new permit, a new DEP permit, adding capacity would have to be applied for. You just can't add homes willy-nilly. The DEP has a lot of rules and regulations that need to be followed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sanger, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Shmen Sanger, 145 McGee Road. I almost wasn't going to say anything, But I also feel like the squeaky wheels get the grease. So as a resident of McGee Road, I would like to talk about the Airbnb across the street, directly across the street. I have a dog and a 9-month-old baby in the house with the windows closed. I can still hear the music clear as day. It's to a point that I don't even want to go outside on the driveway with my daughter or the dog because I'm afraid that a car is going to come screeching down the driveway. This is not where we moved. We moved from Bergen County to come to Ringwood, to a nice quiet street where we have loving neighbors, and we're dealing with this across the street. It's honestly, it's ridiculous that anybody would not pass the ordinance to solely get rid of what's going on across the street. Everybody else has said it. They're shooting music videos. The garbage is getting thrown. We've had bears in the area because they leave their garbage out for weeks at a time. And I honestly wish that there was a way that we could show each and every one of you actually what's going on here, because I feel like sometimes what we say doesn't even do justice. I will probably be speaking again when the ordinance gets read, because I'm at a point where if this doesn't work, I don't know what else we're going to do. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Scott, I just was informed that Lauren with her hand raised, would be the congressman.
Well, she's next, so we will go there.
Thank you.
Okay, Congressman, if you just want to unmute yourself and you can go ahead and speak.
I still see Cortland up there.
Oh, okay.
I don't see.
It could be a bifocal issue. Hold on a second.
The congressman is watching our meeting.
Hi, Congressman. How are you? You can go ahead and speak. I'm sorry.
No, I've been watching the meeting, and thank you so much for letting me speak for a few minutes and for having me here tonight. I'm grateful. And thanks again for all your service. Also very grateful. There were a couple of questions that were posed to me by a council member, and we got a couple letters in the office about it. So I thought it'd be just constructive, if you're comfortable with that, just bring it straight to your attention. One of the questions, and I'll do my best as ever to address any follow-up questions you all have. One was about a piece of legislation that we worked quite hard on in the beginning of the year, called the American Rescue Plan. And in the American Rescue Plan, there were resources allocated for every municipality in the district that I represent, in the 5th Congressional District, all 79 communities. And Ringwood received, as you're probably aware, $1,198,237 in American Rescue Plan relief funds. And they were allocated for 3 purposes in our negotiations. And one of them, according to the Department of Treasury specifics, we wrote it in the legislation, but then the Department of Justice the Department of Treasury then put out specifics on how the resources can be used, and they were to make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. So I know there were some sewer questions in my belief in Ringwood, and water issues. And so I just want to let you know that guidance has been provided. I can send you the link to the Treasury guidance on this, and communities across the country are actually putting those dollars to work already. And I wanted to make sure Ringwood knew that you could. So that was issue 1. And I know that I've gotten letters and seen correspondence and working with your office on the radio issue regarding law enforcement. And one, I just want law enforcement to know how grateful I am for all they do to protect us and Ringwood every day. So thank you for all the men and women in law enforcement for your service. There are 2 areas where on the radio side that I just want to offer my office's assistance on. One, working with there's potential opportunities for what's called the JAG program, Justice Assistant Grants, and and possibly some COPS grants money. And also there's potentially some language in the American Rescue Plan itself for some of these resources related to broadband. My understanding is given the connectivity issues and fiber issues in the community, we may be able to talk to Treasury about using resources for those purposes, because there's one of the phrase, in the guidance says investing in technology and equipment to allow law enforcement to more efficiently and effectively respond to the rise in gun violence resulting from the pandemic, or any issues related to the pandemic. So that might be an issue we can talk to the department about. I just wanted to let you know that I'm very eager to work with you if that's helpful, obviously, to try to get as much money back from Washington back to the district to save money for our taxpayers, and obviously for the community. Anything we can do to help claw dollars back to Jersey, away from the moocher states and back to our communities is obviously very important, I know, to you and to me. But I want to just make that offer to you. My door is very open.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask one follow-up question, Mayor?
Yes.
Or maybe two. So the problem isn't what you can use the funding for, although I don't believe that the final guidance is in, Congressman, yet, but relative to some of the funds, the funds that we received this year is about 600,000. We're going to get the rest next year. In order for us to sign a contract for the total amount, I think I see in the bulletin here for the local finance board, it talks about that if there's a partial directly of the funding, that the rest should be used by raising through capital improvement or a bond ordinance to fund the portion that's not funded. The other two grants that you talked about, I referred to, looked at, and most of these grants are reimbursable. You got to put some of this money out first. So we would need to have funds available. There's not many grants, or do you know of any grants that commits the money prior to any encumbrances on the borough's aspect?
Well, in many of the grant programs, you're allowed to get the grant and then spend those resources. I'm happy to work with your office on or with anyone on the council on the radio issue and work with Justice, and we'll set up a call with the Justice Department, and I'll get it done right away. In terms of I know on the American Rescue Plan resources, those dollars, and I'll work with them specifically. First of all, guidance has been, enough guidance is certain enough that communities are already spending money. So I know that, and I can, I had the team actually start Googling towns today to see around the country, and they're spending money, and those dollars are going out the door. I was pretty sure that the guidance, Treasury provided the guidance so that we could start spending the money. Obviously, it was out of it was an emergency, and COVID presented an emergency for the country. And so that's why those dollars are very important to get out the door right away. Yes, some of those dollars are allocated. There's ways you have to use the dollars, and we'll go over that together. But certainly the guidance is final in terms of being able to spend resources. And other communities around the country are doing so already and putting those dollars out the door. So that I know. But I'm happy to work with you and your team, and with anyone on the council, of course, on on any of the specifics to make sure that we, of course, cross all our T's and dot all our I's. But I know dollars are out the door already around the country from the American Rescue Plan for water, sewer, and broadband.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you.
So I'm here whenever you want to talk, and we'll work right on it. And I just want to thank you all for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you,
all.
Congressman.
Thank you.
Good to talk to you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Anna, if you could just state your name and address for the record.
This is Anna Hopman, 357 Skyline Lake Drive. I came in late to the meeting, so you can tell me if I shouldn't talk now about the ordinance for the Airbnb. Is that's going to happen later and I speak then, or both? I'm not clear.
There is a public hearing on the ordinance. You can speak now and you can speak again later. In the past, I would ask the mayor if we could take these comments and include them into the, but that's really up to the mayor and the attorney. But
if you have comments that you'd like to make now and then hold the rest till later, that's fine.
Okay, yeah, mine's strictly about Airbnb. I run an Airbnb at my house, and I've been doing so for 2 years, and I've never had any problems whatsoever. No cops ever. My neighbors both have my cell phone number, and they've never asked me to ask anybody to be quiet or had any issues whatsoever. So I understand that, of course, people could have problems. It sounds like there's somebody that's making a huge issue over this. But I don't think when one person is being unreasonable and not responsible, that you just up and make an ordinance that nobody can do Airbnb. I've been doing it for a very long time. It is a significant portion of my income I'm a single mom. So if you take this away from me, I'm going to lose my house. So please think about that before you have one annoying person who needs to be dealt with. Don't blanket that with everybody else that might be using their house and having a wonderful time and depending on that income for themselves. And I'll speak the rest later. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mayor, I don't see any, there's quite a few here, but I do not see anybody else that has their hand raised.
Okay. So, seeing no one else, can I have a motion to close public?
Somebody just popped up. Can you?
Okay,
This is the last one, and then we'll go to
right.
Mr. Eversbeck, if you could state your name and address for the record.
You're muted.
Mr. Eversbeck, if you could state your name and address for the record and unmute yourself.
Rich Eversbeck, 120 Upper Lake, US. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So just a quick comment on the bond issue and Mr. Martucci's comments earlier in the past meeting. I think the fact that it had gone through subcommittee, and I'm not sure exactly what month that was. It's probably going on 6 months now. And of course, the Congressman had just mentioned, a couple of times that potentially and possibly and may be able to help claw back some of this money. But I think going forward, just as and correct me if I'm wrong, but if we've already got half of these funds and we've got the bond structured, how do we move forward with this? And if these grants are available to us in the future, seems like the timing would be better to bring those in on the back end. I'm just, kind of thinking aloud there. But the comments, I got to say, one thing that struck a nerve with me, I think there was a comment directed at some of the council people that it doesn't take courage or something to that effect to be on the council and to say and to make statements. Well, I would challenge anybody to run for council and get up there and do what these guys are doing and make the sacrifices that these people are making and have been making for a number of years. I think it's kind of small to call in week after or month after month and hurl insults and innuendos and never really have like a solution. If we want to go back to the super fund, and I'm sorry I continue, but the misinformation that was spreading around with that, I think warranted some explanation. And for anyone to make the assumption that could have been on a referendum and simply understood by the residents of the town is really is irresponsible at best. So again, I give everybody a lot of credit for being up there. And I think the congressman had said, thank you for your service. I don't think I've heard anybody say that about that, but I think you guys have been doing a pretty good job. Even if we don't agree, I think you've had a lot of guts to get up there and do what you've been doing. Some of you have been up there for a very long time, and my hat goes off to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eversbeck.
Okay, Mayor, really, last one? There's one more that raised their hand. Ms. Herdman, if you could just unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
Yes, I'm Catherine Herdman and I live at 57 Chris Terrace. And I really appreciated a meeting we had several weeks ago now about the James water treatment plant. I live in the neighborhood, but I don't recall hearing anything about how it might affect Skyline Lakes if it is not fixed. And I would, I did not go to the meeting after that, the town council meeting, but would love to hear more information about that so that I'm not misinformed on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor.
That's it. Seeing no one, can I have a motion to close public?
It's Ryan. I'll make that motion.
Can I have a second? I'm sorry, who's that? Councilman O'Keefe? Councilwoman O'Keefe?
I'll second it, yes.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty-Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Okay, at this time, would any council member like to make a brief response to the comments made? If not brief, please hold until the council session. But does any council person like to speak on any of the comments made?
Mayor Schaefer, this is Councilwoman O'Keefe. I do have a question for our attorney regarding all the calls that we had this evening from McGee Road. I think we established at the last meeting that this was an event venue, not really an Airbnb, but it was something where they were selling tickets to a venue. So, and now they tell us they were selling alcohol at this event and they were selling tickets to this venue on Eventbrite. So it's not your typical Airbnb situation. And I thought I remember the attorney saying that we already had ordinances in effect that would have covered this situation. And I'm surprised that this has continued since September and has not yet been shut down. Why is it still continuing? And is there no recourse for this council at this time with somebody using their home as an event venue, selling alcohol and tickets?
That's directed to me, Councilwoman?
Yes, because you had
Okay.
mentioned
Yes.
at the last
Yes.
meeting something to
Yeah.
this effect.
Yes, from what I'm hearing this evening, this is not only an Airbnb violation, as an attorney, I have to say that, these are allegations, but these are made in good faith, okay? But as a lawyer, I have to say that, but they should be, and I'll talk, they could be zoning violations, okay? That is a residential zone, all right? Okay, from what I hear, and I don't have a report on it, but I take what every neighbor said is true. They're living through this. That a business is being conducted on that property. Okay, and if their alcohol is sold, okay, that's an obvious violation of the law. I would ask if all these issues were reported to the police, these specifics. And if they're also reported to the zoning department. Nothing did cross my desk, but that would be certainly something I would recommend that we look into in addition to this Airbnb ordinance. I think this takes a multi-pronged approach to the problem that these folks are suffering over there.
Mr. Klimek, we did, we had the police involved, we had the zoning involved, we had the health officer involved. We had the recycling coordinator involved. Unfortunately, it wasn't sustainable as a business. And in terms of the alcohol, there's ways that we might be able to send somebody in to confirm all of that. We did go down all of that road, and we've tried several different avenues to bring them into compliance, including violations of putting your garbage out too soon. So we have explored all of those options. And while some of those options sound easy, they're not as easy as you might think. And the police and the zoning officer felt that they didn't have anything that was sustainable. The best opportunity for us would be to pass a zoning ordinance. To pass an Airbnb ordinance to address short-term rentals. Because people could be renting it on an individual basis and using it for whatever means they might have. You're allowed to rent a home to have parties. You're allowed to have parties in your own home. And so anyway, so we did go down all of those roads with all the departments here in the Borough Hall. We felt it was best that an ordinance be put in place of some type to be able to address Airbnbs. I've had personal experience with it last year, so I feel sorry for these folks. So anyway, we have gone down that road.
Yes, and I just to add on to what you said, it's always a matter of proofs, also gathering evidence, so you have a sustainable case. Not that I'm challenging anything anybody says. I believe these folks wholeheartedly, but as I said, it takes a multi-pronged approach. We think this ordinance might have the most immediate impact on the problem. Okay. Now, I understand. I heard a person say that she has some concerns about it. And then we'll hear her concerns in greater detail.
Right.
But this is an ordinance that was also, I believe, one or two of the lake communities are also interested in an ordinance like this to control usage and persons on their property. Et cetera. This is not a punitive ordinance. I mean, it isn't designed to hurt anybody. It's designed generally to keep the peace for everybody's benefit. So if there's a motion on it, when we get to it, you can discuss it in greater detail and hear from the public in greater detail.
I'd like to say something. The one we have on the agenda this evening, the ordinance, is to eliminate the short-term rentals. And, who's to say that if we don't vote on this, that anyone else can open up their homes to a weekend party or something in another neighborhood? I'm suggesting that we go with this ordinance that we're discussing tonight. Vote on this ordinance. I think it's important to our residents, and we shouldn't have to have our residents go through these weekends and who's coming into their neighborhood. So I'm suggesting we go with this ordinance.
Mayor Schaefer, I couldn't agree more with you that our neighbors on McGee Road should not have to put up with this. I was just only pointing out that this, from the email I received from the residents, it wasn't advertised as an Airbnb. It was advertised as an Even Bright event, a day event, not a Airbnb. So I thought there was a discrepancy between the ordinance we're passing tonight and what these people are actually doing, which is a daily event thing. But thank you. We can discuss it further when the ordinance comes up.
Okay, and Mayor, so as you can see, as the manager explained, various departments of the borough are working on it from various angles to solve the problem.
Okay. Anyone else?
If I may, Mayor, just a question while we're talking about this, and I know there'll be more time later. Couldn't agree more. And I know it's not just, it's not isolated to McGee. This is obviously an extreme example. What concerns me is, aside from the rental, how are we not able to just shut down each incident, each instance of these parties just based on the noise ordinance? Like, we have noise rules in place, and how is that not sufficient for the cops to tell everybody to go home? Do we have to strengthen that up?
We can't tell them to go home, but we can tell them after certain hours to quiet down. The police have done that. They have gone there. There's been times when they've gone there when they're doing a music video and they had the windows and doors open, and of course the folks could hear next door. So the police have responded, but our noise ordinance doesn't allow them to tell them to go home. The ordinance is for every resident. Like if you're having a party or if you're making noise at 6 o'clock in the morning for construction, if it's a violation of the noise ordinance, the police do respond, and they have to this particular home.
Oh, and I'm sure back and forth like they were commuting. Is there any
Punitive?
teeth? Like, can we give that ordinance teeth where there's some penalty and it's not just about consuming police resources, coming back and forth, telling people to quiet down?
That doesn't-
Can there be penalties added?
Sure, but that doesn't solve the problem of the traffic and the disruption of the neighborhood and the people coming and going and the traffic and the speeding and all of the other things that are coming along with this particular. The best thing to do when you have something like this go on is to try to find a way to eliminate that particular use, which sounds like this ordinance would do.
Okay, if no one else from council, then next we have old business. Mr. Klimek, can you?
Yes, the first, you have two ordinances. One is the sewage disposal ordinances. One is the AB&B ordinance. Do you want to do the AB&B first, Mayor, since that seems to be a primary interest?
We can do that one first.
You don't mind, it's out of order, but many people are interested in it. That would be ordinance 2021-13. A motion to read by title, please.
Have a motion?
Landis, I'll make
the motion. Have a second.
What did you get as the first?
I'm sorry. Roll call.
I'm sorry, was the second Spear?
Sure.
Okay. I
If that
saw you
helps, Nicole.
talking. Okay, Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
This is an ordinance amending Chapter 4, General Licensing and Business Regulations of the revised general ordinances of Borough of Ringwood to provide for the prohibition of certain short-term rental property. Now, Mayor, there's a public hearing attached to this ordinance this evening, if you want to open it.
Yes. Have a motion to open it to public.
McCracken, I'll make the motion.
Have a second.
Ready. Second.
Ready, second. Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Okay.
You ready, Mayor?
Ready.
And do you want people to repeat their comments from before, or are you going to add that into the record?
I guess we can add them into the record unless they have something else they want to add.
Okay.
But if they could keep it to 3 minutes, that would be wonderful.
Okay. It's Tempe, if you could just state your name and address for the record again.
Thank you. Wendy Tempe, 151 McGee Road. I just wanted to clarify something. This is not a one-time party that goes on here. There are many different kinds of parties that go on in that home. The one time there was a Sweet 16 party. There were balloons and papers scattered throughout McGee Road, as Kelly said earlier, on houses and cars going up and down. These are many different kinds of parties. And I understand people try to, have their lives, and this is how they make a living, having Airbnbs, but this is absurd what goes on here. Day in, day night. I mean, I left one morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, and they were partying. I was going to work. They're up there partying. You can hear the music. You can hear everybody yelling and screaming. We don't know what goes on up there, but it is very disturbing on a daily basis. We're never sure what's going to happen each day. I had put cones at the end of my driveway trying to prevent cars from constantly turning around. I worry about just every day what's going to go on here, and our police department doesn't need to be coming over here every day, every weekend to deal with this. They have other things to be dealing with. And I do appreciate everything they've done for us. So thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Soptman?
Yeah, it's Anna Hopman, 357 Skyline Lake Drive. I kind of spoke before, but I really need to reiterate that there are plenty of people who have very successful, calm Airbnb practices, and for you to just blanket and not allow short-term rentals in Ringwood because of one person that you cannot seem to find a way to handle is preposterous to me. I've never had a complaint in 2 years. I understand this person is being a jerk, and you can try to find ways around it, but not by punishing every other person in this town that is dependent on this income and also chooses to rent their house out. That's just my property. I am being a responsible homeowner, and for one person to ruin it for everybody else. And then you speak, Scott, you just talked about traffic and, we can't have all this traffic coming through because of this and whatnot. Then you shouldn't have any stores in Ringwood or you shouldn't have hiking and nice trails for people, because that brings people in here and we don't want that traffic. So I don't think that's a good excuse, having traffic in Ringwood to again attack responsible Airbnb owners. And then I know, sorry, I'm going to look at his name, Councilperson Bolton was trying to think of other ways that you can handle this one nuisance. Please, I'm begging you, do not punish everyone else because you have an issue that you can't handle without passing this sweeping ordinance that's going to really hurt me and my family. Please think about that, Mayor Schaefer. Please think about that before you just go throwing this ordinance around and hurting me. I'll have to move. Do you understand? Because you can't control this one annoying person. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Robin Canetti, 310 Lakeview Avenue. I'm guessing, as with Annie Houtman, who just spoke before, that there are probably lots of Airbnbs in town that you've never heard of because they operate the way Airbnbs operate. I stayed in Airbnbs going to a wedding. I guarantee you I didn't keep the neighbors up at night. I used the bed to sleep in, I ate in the kitchen, and I left. So I seriously can't imagine that you don't have a single way to keep this one place from making, obviously, these neighbors' lives a living nightmare. They're obviously operating a business in a residential zone. They shouldn't be doing that. We have speeding ordinances. They should be getting ticketed every single night. So you should have been able to shut them down. I think last month, the first person that spoke about how horrible it is to live on McGee, and again, 1,000%, you folks have my sympathies. I would go out of my mind if that was in my neighborhood. But I think you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And maybe there's a gentler Airbnb ordinance you could come up with that limits what can go on in the Airbnb, how many people can be in a particular Airbnb. But bottom line, these people cannot run a party venue in a residential zone. You do have ordinances on the books for that. And my sense is, if you have not been able to find a single ordinance on our books to put teeth behind to make these people stop, there's something wrong with your existing ordinances. And before you start making new ordinances, you should make sure that you can enforce the ones you have. As you know, I've been complaining for a year that your sign ordinance isn't enforced at all. So how do we have a whole code book that you can look up stuff on your website and look up codes, but there's no way you can shut down a public nuisance? People can't be doing fireworks 24/7. You have a noise ordinance. Frankly, you should revisit the noise ordinance, because 7 a.m. for construction or lawn mowing on a weekend is ridiculous. That should be adjusted. But fix the ordinances you have and do something to give these people a break without hurting the other people. All I hear is how hard it is to live in Ringwood, and you probably have a lot of people. I'm sure Ms. Houtman is not the only person who's supplementing their income by renting out rooms in their house or their house when they're not here. We live in a beautiful town. I'd do it too if I ever was away. But I think you need to fix what you've got and stop what's going on there because it's a business in a residential zone. Stop that business and their problems will go away. They won't have noises through the night. They won't have parties. They won't have all that speeding because you put an end to a business. Tell the people live in your house or don't live in your house, but they can't run a business. We're not having a catering hall on McGee, and obviously they're having a party venue on McGee. So do something about that and put a little more thought before you just completely disregard other people who may also be using their homes to supplement income. It's really not fair. If I have a neighbor that's got an Airbnb and I don't hear from them, I don't care what they're doing in their house. They're entitled to do whatever they want within the four walls of their home. Again, like First Amendment, you folks have a funny idea about freedom. It's like people should be able to do in their own home what they want to do in their own home, provided it's within the law.
Thank you.
So, you're welcome.
If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, this is Julianne LaFleur, and I live at 134 McGee Road, right next to 142 McGee Road. I just want to say, I appreciate the last speaker, and she was very fired up. And I also appreciate somebody that is choosing, I know that Airbnb, to be honest, let's all discuss it. It's a business. Airbnb is a business, is treating your home like a business to make a profit, whether you're on a lake and it's very quiet, or whether you're right next door over here in the woods. But right here, what we have now is it's not a business. There's no way to, as far as I understand, we've been asking the city to do something. They have not been able to find an ordinance or something that can shut this down, because this is what happens. Here's what happens is there's a party, somebody's called. Somebody is renting out their own home to strangers. That's what Airbnb is. You rent out your home to strangers and you let them do whatever they want with your home. Okay. So right now, I think everybody knows Greenwood Lake is a party Airbnb town. Do we want Ringwood to be a party Airbnb town? Because once you allow many Airbnbs, then, more will come. And I think, I appreciate you guys asking what you can do, but there's not really anything you can do because the owner's not there when it's happening. I don't understand. I feel horrible for the woman who is, maybe this ordinance would shut her business down. But I also don't think, it's okay for kids in our neighborhood not to ride their bikes on the street and for us to not feel comfortable walking on our streets because people are racing. You have no idea. We should have probably counted how many cars that have come up, but it is in the hundreds now that have come up our driveway alone from these parties. And, I am really urging you guys, and here's the thing about ordinances. I'm sure gambling is illegal in Ringwood, right? If I have a giant poker party and we're very quiet, nobody is going to come bust my poker party. But if, let's say, I'm taking all my neighbor's money and it becomes some sort of violent thing, wouldn't you shut it down? Don't we need an ordinance to be able to enforce something that is absolutely out of control? Because right now, as I understand it, there is nothing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Pisano.
Hi, Jim Bizzano, 134 McGee Road. Thank you, everyone, for letting me continue. I'll be brief. I'll just going to add that rather than talk about noise, loud music, and the other things that you've heard, after the last council meeting, I believe it was September 30th, we heard renters at this property. Again, make no mistake, this has nothing to do with a party. This is short-term rental issue. We heard an altercation occur at this house, and then a blood-curdling scream and a scared woman who is being threatened by somebody. This is not the kind of thing that I think anybody here would want to hear or want to deal with. And this is from people out of our community who are not part of our neighborhood, who are renting on short term. 6 police cars came from all over town and were here for hours dealing with that issue. It is not safe. Thank you. I hope you all please consider the safety of our community and pass this measure. Perhaps if it does need to be modified, Ringwood's not the only town, as I said, in New Jersey. In the future, next year it can be revisited, but for now, we need a way to address this immediately. This is a serious safety matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gleason, if you could just state your name and address for the record.
Sure, it's Kelly Gleason, 236 McGee Road. So I'd just like to address a couple of issues. Councilperson Bolton spoke about, what ordinances we already have in place to deal with these issues. And yes, I understand there's noise ordinances and everything else. However, when you have 4 or 5 police officers responding to a party of 200 plus, my husband's a police officer. It is, I don't want to see anyone putting their life or their, putting themselves at risk. 5 officers cannot take on a party of 200 unruly people who have been drinking. Not to mention our town is large. We are not a town with a plethora of officers on at any given moment. When they're responding to things on McGee Road, it's taking away from an emergency across town, God forbid. A child or an adult having a heart attack, a child choking, a car accident, God forbid. So even though, those ordinances are in place, the officers, I know my husband would not go up against something like that. Your safety, the officer's safety comes first. And I really feel that, it is putting our officers in safety, their safety at risk, because it just has not been a good situation. I also want to let you know that on a random school day, while the house was rented for a week, it was a rainy day. I drove my daughter to her bus stop and a car came by with an out-of-state plate coming from that house and started cursing and screaming at my daughter and I as I had her at the bus stop. Like, my daughter is 11. That is not something that she needs to be exposed to. And I really feel, I do feel for people who do this as a business. And I'm sorry, maybe the lake community is more conducive to an Airbnb versus a residential neighborhood like this, where, we don't really have anything to offer except a house to throw a party. I'm not sure what solution we come to, but I really urge you guys, this has been going on since July. Like I said, we moved here from Bergen County for the peace and quiet and for the life that my children could have here, enjoying nature and the environment. And that's not what we're getting. And it's unfortunate because this is a beautiful street. I bought a beautiful house and it's kind of stinking a little bit because it's really not the picturesque thing that I uprooted my family for. So I really urge you guys to either vote on this evening or come up with a really great solution that can address this issue. And thank you all for your time. I know these meetings go on late, and I really appreciate all that you guys do.
Thank you, Mrs. Gleason.
Yeah, there's still quite a few. Stengler, if you can unmute yourself and state your name and address.
Hi, Shaman Stanger, 145 McGee Road. I'm going to reiterate everything that my neighbors on McGee Road have been saying. But I also want to bring up a point that, and I do feel for people that use Airbnbs to bring in income. I do feel for them. However, I think the problem that we're running into with Airbnbs or whatever other short-term rental you want to call this is that, and I don't want to speak for other people, but I think that what's happening is that the majority of people that use short-term rentals don't care. They're never going to see the neighbors. They're never going to have to deal with the person across the street that's unhappy with them. They're never going to have to deal with the lady down the street whose daughter's sitting at a bus stop. They can act like idiots. They can act like buffoons, and they don't have to worry about it because they're never going to see them again. So that's the problem that we're running into over here is that, and I do want to make it clear that yes, the house is being used to have parties because it's a great location to have a party. There's a beautiful pool, a heated pool. There's multiple decks. It's a great party house, but it's different people continuously. It's not like the same person is coming in. Every single person, I won't say that. 75% of the renters that are using that house across the street are coming in and throwing parties of some sort. We've seen party buses that you take from weddings or, you know what I mean? These massive buses, like carting people in. And this is not a one-off. It's not like one person rented. So I just want to, just reiterate the fact that when you have short-term rentals, the people don't care. And yes, I have used Airbnbs. I have used short-term rentals, and I'm not somebody that's careless when I go and stay in somebody else's house, but the majority of people that use that are. And I think that's the problem that we're running into over here. I mean, the traffic, the garbage, the music, the cars, everything that people are saying. But what it all comes down to is that these people don't care. I mean, there was an incident where my husband was getting the mail and a woman came outside, and the people that are walking up and down the street, they don't make you feel safe. I'll say that. And when my husband is out getting the mail, these people are glaring at him and making comments about him as they're in a party house. So I can't reiterate it enough. I moved here for the peace and quiet, and since this house across the street has become an Airbnb, it's everything but. And I understand maybe we need to come up with a different solution, but we have to do something because we all kind of assumed that once Labor Day hit, this would tail off, but this house is still rented for every weekend that we've checked into December. So it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop because summer's over. So thank you for listening, and I appreciate you guys, putting your heads together to fix this, and have a good night.
Thank you.
Mr. Martucci, if you can state your name and address for the record.
Jim Martucci, 517 Skyline Lakes Drive. I have mentioned this a couple of times, even when I was on the council. Ringwood and the lake communities are not a Airbnb type area. We're used to mainly single family homes. Everybody knows each other. And with the Airbnb, it's basically a transient population that comes through. And you don't know who they are. And there should be, it's a business, so there should be some sort of permit, inspection by the health department on a regular basis, just the same as any other business, including the building department. It's not something that goes well because in the lake areas, you walk around and you basically get to know everybody. And then if you got someone that's in there for 2 days for the weekend, and then next weekend there's different people, and then the following weekend there's different people, that's, to me, doesn't work out. And then you have issues with people using the lake that are not members. And I generally like to know the person who's living next door to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Martino, if you could unmute yourself and just state your name again.
Hi, Patty Martino, 135 McGee Road. I'm not going to beat a dead horse. You've heard all our complaints. But the one thing that I hadn't said was this is an incident that started back in July. We have called on it. We didn't realize it was an Airbnb until Labor Day. Okay, that's the reason we didn't call prior to that. Since that date, there's been 7 calls that I know of. That's a month and a half, 7 calls, and it's not one ride over here. It's multiple ride over here. They are here back and forth. People from other roads have said to me, we hear this party going on. What's going on? Where's the big party? Can we go? We don't know these people. We have, again, police can't do anything. We call, and I thank Scott. I thank, Mayor Schaefer, the building department, Mike Hafner, looking into this, the police department, looking into this, trying to help us out any way possible. If you want to make a change or something, put this on the books, then make an amendment, but get something on the books that you can enforce now. Don't wait. Don't make us do this all over again in January because we've run out of time for the year. Get it on the books. Make your changes later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Martin, if you could just state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Jim Martin, Marshall Road. First off, I think it's abundantly clear that something very horrible is going on McGee Road. My heart goes out to you folks that live near that. It's got to be very difficult, to say the least. But it sounds as if this has become a nuisance property. And I just have a couple of questions that I'm curious about. It sounds like the police have shown up and spoken to these event organizers who have really no skin in the game because they're gone at the end of their short-term lease. Has anything been addressed directly with the property owner? I understand that this property is also for sale right now, that it's listed on Zillow and a few other real estate sites. Isn't the property owner the person that really needs to be addressed here? And furthermore, has anybody looked into any actions that can be taken directly with Airbnb? Because you can file nuisance property complaints with Airbnb. And if they receive enough of them, they'll shut down that rental. And I haven't heard anybody mention that because Airbnb is ultimately the business that is affecting what's happening to these people on McGee Road. And, lastly, we have a great police department. Hey, we spend an awful lot of money on them every year. There's got to be something they can do to stop this. I think taking one isolated incident like this, and as I said before, I'm sure it's horrible to be living next to this thing. But to shut down that opportunity for the countless other households in Ringwood that may want to someday rent their homes for a short term, it just doesn't seem fair to the rest of the town. I think there are other ways to address this that maybe we haven't gotten at strong enough yet. Lastly, doesn't Skylands Manor also do short-term rentals? Would they be affected by this ordinance?
Mm.
You know, people that have wedding receptions at Skylands can rent rooms as well. Does that mean all of a sudden they're out? No, I think there are other avenues that you should look at. But again, I think these people on McGee Road make a powerful case. So thanks. That's what I had to say. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Mr. Rabaki, if you could just state your name and address for the record.
Paul Rabaki, 99 Edward Drive. While my sympathy certainly goes out to the people on McGee Road, we're not focusing just on McGee Road. This has been a problem that's been discussed for a couple of years, as Mr. Martucci outlined. There's been problems with the lake communities and with people renting out the homes, and the fact that the lakes don't have a membership model that allows you to do this. You go down to the shore, you rent the housing up that down there is set up for a certain model where you can as an owner, you can get beach badges and give them to somebody, but this isn't the way things are set up in Ringwood. And, as much as I empathize with people who want to make a certain amount of money, I mean, they're running a business, okay? And that's not what my neighborhood or anybody's neighborhood is known for. If you want to have a business, to basically a hoteling business where you rent out your rooms or your house day by day, then that's not what I really envision for this town. I think, that brings up a whole host of questions on sanitation, fire code and so forth. You go to a hotel or you go to an Airbnb, a place that's a rental property down the shore, it's inspected for safety and standards. I don't really see why the benefit to Ringwood of having Airbnbs, and so that's why I voiced my support for this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't see anybody else that wants to speak.
So then we have to close the public portion.
Yes.
Can I have a motion?
Here, I'll move closing public.
I have a second.
It's Ryan. I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Peretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Mayor, there was only really one speaker that asked the question. Would you like me to address those questions or no?
Yes, please.
So Mr. Martin asked if we had spoken with the property owner, and the property owner has been contacted, as well as the property manager. I will admit I have not called Airbnb, and that's probably not a bad suggestion. I will do that tomorrow. But this is not the only incident. It's not just one. There's been numerous issues on this topic throughout town, and it's been going back for the last couple of years. It's, as I mentioned, I had the same experience last summer next to me. Skylands Manor would not be affected by this because that is a hotel. So those are the answers to those questions, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Becker. All right, Mr. Klimek.
Yes, I'll recite a resolution of approval, Mayor. There could be a motion, a second, and council discussion. Resolve that ordinance 2021-13 is read by title, being is hereby adopted. And the municipal clerk is directed to publish a copy of the notice of passage of same in the official newspaper of the municipality. Could be a motion, a second, then council discussion, and then action.
Kraken, I'll make the motion.
Landis, second.
Who seconded? I'm sorry. Nicole.
I did, Linda. I did, Mayor.
Discuss, roll call.
Well, did you want
Do
discussion?
you want a discussion? You may want a discussion among the council members.
Any discussion?
This is
So, Mayor-
Councilman Ferretti. May I speak?
Yes.
I think we can address this without necessarily shutting down any and all Airbnbs or short-term rentals. What if we did it by permit only? So we would have to, somebody would approve a given residency for that. Obviously would need to, this suggestion entails somebody inspecting the property, which means somebody's being paid to go there. So obviously there would be a charge for that inspection. So it wouldn't just be a free permit, unfortunately, but it'd have to be a permitted property that would be allowed to do this. Naturally, properties that have been reported for things like what's happening at McGee Road, and I'm sure a lot less, would not be allowed to have a permit, and permits would be potentially revoked at any given time. Something like that is something I had thought of, or maybe a 3 strikes and you're out rule, retroactive. Obviously, that house would not fly within the next 3 days or whatever would happen. We'd have people given an honest shot at having the quiet, respectful Airbnb. I absolutely agree with anybody and everybody at McGee Road that this is not acceptable. We need to do something about it as soon as possible, if not immediately. And I can't imagine back in the day, my friends and I causing such a ruckus and not getting in serious trouble, but I guess somehow they're pulling it off. So yes, action needs to be taken. I think though somehow we can permit it or do something where we have a similar thing where we have a $2,000 fine, but not necessarily on the first offense, or if this property is permitted, maybe the permit would be revoked before the fine would happen, something like that. That's my suggestion.
Anyone else?
Mayor, it's Ryan.
Go ahead, Brian. Ryan.
I like Rob's idea. I think it follows an example that West Milford, an approach that they have taken in terms of regulating and restricting the use of Airbnb without making it a hard ban and kind of treating it with a blunt instrument. I will say the situation on McGee Road is ridiculous, and came into the meeting with the same kind of approach in mind that Mrs. Martino mentioned, of just pass something and fix it later. So that was kind of the mentality I had in mind coming into this, was we can put this on the books and then refine it and put the processes in place to be a little bit more surgical. I was not considering the possibility of having to have somebody lose their home because of this. One of the key things that I think we could use as a barometer of, I'll forgive the term, but good rental versus bad rental, speaking in broad terms, is primary residence. If you are letting somebody into your home and it's your primary residence, you have much more skin in the game. This is a room in your home. This is a little bit of supplemental income. This is not an investment property. This is not a vacant home. You're still tied to the community, and you are going to not be using this as, an event venue. And so I'm wondering, absent a more thorough overhaul and permitting and whatnot, if we could simply put in a carve out to permit it when it is your primary residence. And that would, prevent some individuals who are getting the supplemental income from potentially losing their home.
Thank you. My feeling is, Ringwood have many private lakes. We're not Greenwood Lake. We don't have hotels and motels. Greenwood Lake is a public lake. Anyone can go to Greenwood Lake on their boats or whatever. I find if we don't do something, if we don't approve and vote on this ordinance, and I feel sorry for the people that if that's their livelihood, but I find that if we don't do something now, this could blow out into a full blown where we have a lot of other, as Mr. Martucci said, people coming in to our town that are only here for a few days and they really don't care about our lakes or our properties. So my suggestion is that we go with this ordinance.
Mayor Schaefer, I do have some concerns with this ordinance, but I definitely sympathize with all of the people who have called in for McGee Road. Former Mayor Martucci brought up some good points. If we had an ordinance that required that a property that wanted to be operated as an Airbnb had to apply for a permit, have inspections to make sure that it was safe for fire and everything else, and add in what Councilman Bolton said, that it has to be owner occupied, and a limit. If you have a 3-bedroom house, you only can have 6 guests. It sounds like this house on McGee has hundreds of guests at each party that they have, which is an obscene amount of people and obviously a nuisance for that whole street. But I think to ban it outright is taking the rights of a lot of property owners away. And I also recognize that when Mayor Martucci was mayor, this was brought to our attention. And shame on us for not delving into it and coming up with something sooner that's comprehensive. It kind of feels like this is a knee-jerk reaction to this horrible situation on McGee. I want to protect those people and I want this to stop immediately. But I never want to see another homeowner lose their home because we didn't do our due diligence and explore all options. So I guess I would ask our attorney if we can do anything to this ordinance to carve out what Councilman Bolton was talking about, an owner occupied, limits, permits. It could be a moneymaker for the town. And I know that West Milford has made it so that they can have it in their town, but not have it be a nuisance like this McGee Road situation. I mean, it's horrible that it's been going on since July and untenable for any resident. Thank you.
I know you've talked about, Councilwoman, about, the permits and all, but then that means we have to hire someone to do that. We have to hire someone to look into who's renting the Airbnb. We have to have someone make sure that it's safe. This also costs money on our part to do this.
And so the fees should be comprehensive and cover the costs that would be incurred by the borough. We do have a building department that could facilitate this. And of course, it would cost money for us to do it, but it's going to cost money to enforce this also. And I'm not sure how we plan on enforcing it. Are we only going to enforce it when there's a complaint? Or are we going on to Airbnb and finding every homeowner right now that has an Airbnb operation? And what are we going to do? I mean, I looked online today. This is something that a lot of our residents are utilizing as a second income. I saw a house that rents for $475 a night in Cupsaw, but it's limited to how many people can actually sleep in that house or rent that house. There's a number of people that can be there. And I haven't heard any complaints from anybody like we're hearing from McGee Road. I just think I think individual property owner rights are very important. And I do agree that something has to be done immediately with McGee, but that we shouldn't throw out the baby with the bathwater. As somebody said earlier, there are alternatives. I think Councilman Bolton sent us 2 alternative ordinances that would solve this problem and still allow somebody like Anna Hoffman to keep her home.
As I said, I did see Councilman Bolton's ordinance. We're not Greenwood Lake. We don't have hotels or motels, or we have all private lakes. I do feel our communities are not, they're not business communities, like Cupsaw or Skyline Lakes. They're residential. And I don't know how many businesses there are of Airbnbs. I'm just hearing of that tonight, but I do feel that this could become an issue. So I'm still going with that we should vote on this ordinance. And then maybe look into it otherwise, but we need to do something now. And I think this is what we should do.
So, Mayor, can I ask Mr. Klimek a question?
Yes.
So we advertised this meeting on the 19th of October. We introduced it. And had we gotten any input prior to tonight, we probably could have re-advertised. But if we were going to change this ordinance in any way, especially in a substantial way, we would have to re-advertise and start over. Is that correct?
Yeah, if we did it in a substantial way, yes. And the carve outs, I saw the ordinance this evening that the councilman submitted. It's not something that we could just do here on the cup and say, here is the carve out. This is an amendment to the ordinance. Here is the carve out. It has to be thought out. There's an administrative aspect to it, and what are the details of any potential carve out. It's just secondly, to have a carve out, it would require another hearing. In other words, this ordinance would not take effect. Okay, take another hearing. We'd have to carry it to the November's meeting, so there'd be no enforcement mechanism during that period of time.
So we would introduce in November, on November 9th, I'm looking at the calendar, is the next meeting we would introduce if we could get it ready in time. We would then have the hearing in December. I think it's the meeting is on the 16th. If is it the meeting is the 16th, Nicole?
Well, it's currently the 14th.
14th, I'm sorry, 14th. And then there's a 20-day estapo. And I would have to figure out how we would manage this, who would manage this, what are the costs. We would have to put parameters in place in order to do this. Like, these are all things that we would have to think out. So while it's not impossible, that's what we would be looking at this point.
And fully understand that. If I can just clarify, I don't think that was an ordinance that we could pivot to or wholesale adopt. It was, I have no delusions about the complexity that would go into that. That was for reference. The only carve out or edit that I would hope to make this evening would be to have the ordinance not apply to owner occupied primary residences. I don't know if that would be significant enough to require re-advertising and the delay, but that would be the edit that I would request to keep Ms. Hauptman in her home.
This is Councilman Peretti. I would definitely support that.
Yeah, I agree. That's a simple adjustment. So I would ask the attorney if that would be something that we could place in there.
Well, that would be up number one to the council, but that's of such significance that amendment would require that we re-advertise and have a hearing on the ordinance and its amendment at the next scheduled council meeting.
I'm not willing to wait any longer on this. I feel for those people, and I don't think we have to wait any longer.
I think we all feel for those people, and rightly so. Is there any way that we could agree to come up with a committee to really look into this and come up with a better ordinance and have this maybe a temporary ordinance? I mean, it really just seems like a knee-jerk reaction to something that happened on McGee and then was not thoroughly thought out by this council.
I think the suggestion that the mayor made was to pass this ordinance and then towards the end of the year, they can revisit it and see what worked out best. That was a recommendation that the mayor made. We get calls here every day, so I encourage us to do something and not put this off until the end of the year if we possibly can.
That's the recommendation I make, to pass this ordinance, and then we'll look into it further.
So what action
Just
would be taken once we passed it? I guess that's my question.
Once we pass it, 20 days goes by before the ordinance takes effect, and then we can the ordinance, it will not be anything lower than the 30 days is not permitted. And then the beginning of the year, you can certainly revisit and pass a simple ordinance to make adjustments to this ordinance, carve outs. We can do a more comprehensive approach. Had we known that there was some suggestions before this, we could have re-advertised. Unfortunately, we can't do that at this late date. So I would be concerned you can't start with one council and end with a different council. So you can't cross calendar years. So you have to do it all in 1 year. So it would probably be most likely that it would start in January. Because the people may all be the same or they may not be the same, but you can't, the terms end. So you can't go from one calendar year to the next calendar year for an ordinance.
Right. And just to clarify, if we were to amend and re-advertise and have the hearing at the next meeting, would that count as the final? And so then it would go into effect?
Here's what has happened. There has to be a motion to amend, obviously, and pass, okay?
Right.
And then it would be carried to the next meeting for final hearing on the ordinance as presented, plus the amendment, and the ordinance as amended. So it would have what you see, the text here, plus if there's going to be a carve out, if that's the wish of the council, there'd be a carve out in it.
And then it could have its final vote in November.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And again, apologies. As I said, I definitely came in to the evening thinking that we would refine it later. I really had not considered that this was a critical part of people's livelihood. So apologies for that. So I would like to make a motion to amend the ordinance to exclude owner occupied primary residences from the terms.
But can I ask Mr. Klimek, then what does that do? How long do we have to wait then?
Well, just the term to exclude owner occupied primary residences, there's a lot more in there that has to be refined in the sense that if you just per se exclude it, is there any limit on the number of persons, the number of cars, et cetera, et cetera? I mean, it takes a lot more. I think it takes a lot more input than to just say that. I mean, I understand the thrust, okay, of the point, but I think it has to be refined more.
Well, as an example,
that's right. Mm-hmm.
Agreed. I'm not saying that this would be the final and we're done with it and we're never going to revisit it again. I think what I'm trying to do is just make sure that we don't cause anybody to lose their home while we refine it. So get something in place to shut down the problem on McGee Road. Don't cause a problem for somebody who's just renting a room out and paying their mortgage with it, and then continue to refine it and put in any additional permits or processes or additional clarifications around the issues that Mr. Klimek is raising in 22. I'm just trying to buy time.
But from a logistical point of view, okay, so you put the owner occupied. Is there going to be a fee for them to file a permit? Who's going to look at that? Who's going to inspect? Like we had all that extra meat has to go in there. Otherwise, how are we going to determine owner occupied or not? So I think that's the details that Mr. Klimek's talking about. Like how would we determine all of those things? That's all the items. Like you look at the Board of Health ordinance that we're revising in a few minutes. There's a lot of meat to that. There's details. There's what you can do, what you can't do, what definitions that have to be written. All permit fees. All of that stuff is in that next ordinance. And while I understand your position, I think that from a management perspective, we would need that type of stuff in the ordinance. And I don't know that you're going to be able to get that information tonight to be able to carry this to the next meeting. I think that's the concern.
Mayor, can I speak, please?
Okay.
I just want to say one thing. I'd like to pass the ordinance that we have now and then look at it later on. I feel we need to pass the ordinance now. And I'm sorry for those people but hopefully we can come up with some ideas later on. But I feel we need to pass this ordinance tonight.
Excuse me, did someone make a motion to amend? I don't remember now.
I did.
Okay,
I'll second that motion.
okay.
Well,
Well, they can.
Mayor, I think Mike was trying to speak.
go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I would just suggest that we pass the ordinance that Mr. Klimek had read already, give immediate relief to the folks on McGee, and then we could worry about amending it. But I think we got to get this done, and we need to stop messing around.
Mayor Schaefer, if I may have the floor. I agree with Deputy Mayor as well. And I guess, I'm not saying that I would have a problem with carve outs, but I think there's a lot of logistical things that we would have to take time to determine. Like when we're saying owner occupied, does it mean that the owner has to be present? They're renting a room out? Or does it mean that I live in the home, but I could go to my sister's for a weekend and I can just have the ability to rent out my home for a weekend? I think there would be some gray area, and I think that it would behoove us to make sure that that's really thought out. But I also think that passing this would give us some immediate relief to those people on McGee. That's just my.
Well, there's a motion and a second. Is there a roll call? If you would call a roll on the motion and second?
This is a motion to amend, Mr. Klimek?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Schaefer?
No.
Deputy Mayor McCracken?
No.
Council members Bolton?
Yes.
Moretti?
Yes.
Matty Olandis?
No.
O'Keefe?
Yes.
Spear?
No.
All right, so what we have now is we go back to the main motion. There's a motion and a second pending on adopting the ordinance as submitted.
I have a motion.
Mayor Schaefer? We have a motion and a second. We have the motion was McCracken and seconded by Matty Olandis, so it would just be a roll call now. Mayor Schaefer? I didn't hear you. Did you say yes?
Yes.
No?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken?
Yes.
Council members Bolton?
No.
Moretti?
Yes.
Matty Olandis?
Yes.
O'Keefe?
No.
And Spear?
Yes.
Motion passes. Okay.
So, Mr. Klimek or Mr. Heck, what happens now? What do we do? Do we send letters to?
So there's I'll let Mr. Klimek answer.
Yes, all right. First of all, the other prongs of enforcement that Mr. Heck referred to will continue, okay? All right, this ordinance now will have to be published. I mean, this is the law before it could take effect. And technically, its effective date will be 20 days from today, okay? But there has to be publication, and then we have to wait 20 days because under the law, there could be an appeal. Some citizen could appeal this ordinance. So we have to wait. But but what we'll do administratively, I'll work with Mr. Heck to set up a system of enforcement, okay? And I'll work with the police department to enforce this ordinance. And as I said, I think the thinking of the whole council is to now come up with nuances, carve outs that serve the general purpose. And as some of the council people said, carve outs, while the thrust is reasonable, there's a lot of issues to make sure it's handled correctly. Like, for instance, the ordinance I was looking at that the councilman submitted from West Milford. If you look at it, I can see its exceptions, carve-outs, et cetera, but there's a whole administrative apparatus to control that. There's page after page, paragraph after paragraph of specific regulations. Apparently, they have a lot of experience with these in West Milford, given the type of community it is. That's essentially where we are. But the council, if they want to start working tomorrow on refining the ordinance, if they like.
So should we put together a committee to start work on that refinement? I think that's important. I know West Milford put years of work into crafting theirs, so it's important that we get started right away. I'd be willing to serve on that committee.
Is there anyone else? I'd like to be on that committee.
I'd be willing to serve as well, Mayor.
All right, well, we'll, look into when we can all meet and see what we can do.
Sounds good.
Thank you all for that.
Thanks. All right, Mr. Klimek, we now have.
Mayor, we'll go back to the other ordinance. This is ordinance 2021-01. If I could have a motion to read by title, please.
Have a motion?
I'll make that motion, Mayor Spear.
Have a second?
McCracken, I'll second it.
Roll call?
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matteo Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Okay, an ordinance amending in its entirety the Board of Health Ordinance, Chapter 11, Individual Sewage Disposal Systems. I'll just state briefly what it is, and Mr. Heck can certainly amplify. What this does is adopt all the most recent regulations of DEP regarding basically septic systems in the municipality. It updates all the codes, all the requirements. It's a very technical ordinance. It's been was put together by the health department, by the engineering department. Mr. Heck obviously had input in, the health officer did. As I said, this updates and brings into and this updates and is based upon experiences that the Board of Health has had, that the health department has had over the years in septic systems, to bring them up to date, to make them as safe as possible. Mr. Heck, do you have anything to add to that?
No, this was many months of work to create this ordinance, and all this really is updating the ordinance, as Mr. Klimek said. It also updates some of the fees in the ordinance. It talks about wells, it talks about septic pumping and permit fees and all the requirements you need for the health department in order to enforce both the health code as well as the septic systems and whatnot in the municipality. The health department worked very hard on this. I congratulate Kathy Scribala, Donna Riccio, and they worked very hard, Jeff Uhas, and this is a culmination of everybody's input over the last bunch of months.
Now, Mayor, the matter can be open to the public for comment.
Heck, anyone from public?
We have one person.
Okay.
Ms. Larson, if you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
Sorry, I think my child must have hit something. I'm sorry.
Okay. There is nobody else that wants to address this ordinance, Mayor.
Can I have a motion to close public?
Hold on, wait, one person move forward. Hold on.
Hold that.
Good. Ms. Shu, if you could unmute yourself, please.
Thank you. Jennifer Shu, 205 Lakeview Avenue. I've been reading through the ordinance. I unfortunately don't have all the pages, so I just have one question. Is there anywhere that there's any requirement regarding when people must pump their septics?
No, that's not in this ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, thank you.
Okay, now there's nobody else, Mayor.
Mr. Spear, you made a motion. Do I have a,
Yes, I make a motion to close public, Mayor.
can I have a second?
It's Ryan, I'll second.
Roll call?
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Okay, I'll recite a resolution. Resolve that ordinance 2021-01, as read by title, being is hereby adopted, and the municipal clerk is directed to publish in the official newspaper of the municipality a notice of passage of same.
I have
Is
a-
the motion a second? Any council discussion?
May I have a motion?
It's Ryan, I'll move it.
You have a second.
Beer, I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Mayor Schaefer, I did have one question. When I read it, it sounded like if the house was being sold and it failed, it needed to be fixed before the transaction was completed. My question is, if the person who owns the house decides they don't want to fix it, so they're not going to sell their home, do they still have to fix the system? That's my question.
You asked that question at the last meeting, and I thought we addressed that.
It did, when I read it, it wasn't clear. So I went back and read it, Scott. It just seemed that it only would be addressed if the property did change hands.
Well, if we have I believe if we have a septic system that's failing in any capacity, if it didn't pass, we still follow through, I believe. I would have to talk to the health officer specifically, but I believe that the indication that I have is that if it's a failing system, you still have to be compliant.
I've sold a property where in this exact situation, that's why it comes to mind. So the property was sold, the system failed. It cost $35,000 to put in a new system. So the owner pulled out of the deal and rented the property instead of fixing it. So I did contact the health department, and they said that there was nothing they could do at that time unless, there was a smell or something to that effect. So I'm just wondering if this new ordinance would give them the opportunity to address a situation like that.
I think the difference in home sales is sometimes a septic doesn't pass a homeowner's inspection, but it still could be functioning correctly. So I think if it's not functioning correctly, then the health department can do something about it. But if it is functioning correctly, but maybe not necessarily up to code, or maybe not, I don't know that one is necessarily synonymous with another. But I could ask that question to the health department tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
So can we have a roll call?
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
All right. Since there's no new business, we'll move on to resolutions. Mr. Heck?
Thank you, Mayor. Resolution 2021-196, whereas the Chief Financial Officer has certified that funds are available for the payment in the current bill list in the amount of $584,571.71. Supplemental payments in the amount of $2,738,935.59, and merchant services fees in the amount of $186.45 to be credited to the following accounts for a total of $3,323,693.75, of which $1,722,392 is going to the Ringwood Board of Education. $947,440 is going to Lakeland.
Can I have a motion?
Bracken, I'll make a motion.
Ryan, I'll second.
Okay, discussion? Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Resolution 2021-197, and I'm going to read one of these, but we have several Chapter 159s this evening, and I also have two in my manager's report. So I'll read the body of the letter for the first one, and then I will just read the dollar amounts for the other and for the rest of the resolutions. Whereas NJSA 40A:4-87 provides that the Director of Division of Local Government Services may approve of the insertion of any special item of revenue in the budget of any county or municipality when such items may have been available by law and not the amount determined at the time of the adoption of the budget. Whereas the said director may also approve of the insertion of an item for appropriation for the equal amount. And whereas the Borough of Ringwood has received notice of an award of $48,912.00 from the Body Worn Camera Grant Fund and wishes to amend its 2021 budget to include this amount as a revenue. Now therefore be it resolved that the Municipal Council of the Borough of Ringwood in the County of Passaic, State of New Jersey hereby requests the Director of Division of Local Government Services to approve the insertion of an item of revenue in the budget year for 2021 in the sum of $48,912, which is available from miscellaneous revenues. Be it further resolved that a like sum of $48,912 be and the same is hereby appropriated under the caption of general appropriations. Be it further resolved, the municipal clerk forward one copy of this resolution to the Director of Local Government Services for approval.
Okay, can we have a motion?
Landis, I'll make the motion.
Have a second?
Brian, I'll second.
Discussion. Oh, Scott, this is grant money we received.
Yeah, so we do these all the time. So when we get a grant halfway through the year, we can't anticipate money for our spending plan in the budget. So when you get a grant midway through the year, you do a Chapter 159, and you bring this as in a revenue, and it offsets an expenditure. So this is something that is normal that happens throughout the course of the year because we don't always know before the budget is adopted that we're going to have this money come in or when the money can come in. I don't know if the CFO wants to add anything to that. No.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
This is the same thing. This is a Chapter 159 where we got a grant. Whereas the Borough of Ringwood has received a notice of award for $15,409.52 from FEMA Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program and wishes to amend its 2021 budget to include this amount as revenue. Now therefore be it resolved, the Municipal Council of the Borough of Ringwood in Passaic County, State of New Jersey hereby requests the Director of the Division of Local Government Services to approve the insertion of this item of revenue in the budget year for 2020 in the sum of $15,409.52, which is available from miscellaneous revenues. Be it further resolved that same sum is hereby appropriated under the caption general appropriations.
Can I have a motion?
Brian, I'll move it.
I'll second. Councilwoman O'Keefe.
Okay. Discussion. I would also like to say, this is also an application that was submitted for grant money. Is that correct, Mr. Hess? Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
2021-199 is also a Chapter 159. This one and the one before are for PPE for emergency services. So whereas the Borough of Ringwood has received notice of an award of $9,039.24 from FEMA Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program and wishes to amend the 2021 budget. Now therefore be it resolved that the Municipal Council of the Borough of Ringwood, County of Passaic, State of New Jersey hereby requests the Director of Division of Local Government Services to approve the insertion of this dollar amount. And it's going to be from miscellaneous revenues, and it's going to again go into general appropriations.
Okay, can I have a motion?
Brian, I'll move it.
Have a second?
Spear, I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. You're going to be adding this to the revenue and general appropriations. Does that mean you can utilize these funds for other areas?
There's an offsetting expenditure to the appropriation. So what'll happen is the PPE, whatever the grants were for in each respective items, you're bringing in the revenues and you have a matching expenditure on the other side of it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
2021-200. This is also a grant. This is the DOT program. Now, whereas the Borough of Ringwood has received notice of an award of $440,600 from the state of New Jersey for the DOT grant and wishes to amend our 2021 budget to include this as amount of revenue. Now therefore be it resolved that the municipal council of the Borough of Ringwood and the county of Passaic, state of New Jersey hereby requests the Director of Division of Local Government Services to approve the insertion of an item of revenue in the budget year 2021 in the sum of $440,600, which is now available from revenue into miscellaneous revenues. Be it further resolved that a like sum of money, $440,600, will be added is hereby under the appropriation caption of general appropriations.
Okay, can I have a motion?
Bracken, I'll make the motion.
Moretti,
I'll
I'll
second.
second.
Ready, second. Okay, discussion. I would just like to make a comment. This is a lot of grants that we got, so thank you, Mr. Heck, for the department for getting us all this grant money.
Don't thank me. There's a lot of people here that work on that.
Yes.
So
Roll call, please.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Resolution 2021-201. I'm sorry, was there a question? No. 201, be it resolved, the municipal council of the Borough of Ringwood hereby authorizes the payment in the amount of $15,400, invoice number 21037 to Robert Wogish Landscaping, Greenwood Lake Turnpike, Greenwood, New Jersey, for the Hewitt Field Walking Path, contract 2021-08, phase 1. This is part of the Hewitt School grant that we received from, I believe that came from Chilton Hospital, where we did walking paths and outdoor school classes. And I think we also, part of that was also the hydroponic growing, so this is all part of that, that grant from, I think it was last year.
I have a motion.
Moretti, I'll move it.
Can I have a second?
Landis, I'll second.
Any discussion?
Yes, Councilwoman O'Keefe, I have a question. Is this a permeable pavement solution or no?
I think that, I'll check. We were going to use permeable pavement, but because it was below the quarter an acre, it wasn't necessary. So I would have to ask the engineer which he decided to utilize.
Do you check into that for all pavement?
It's certain projects you would use it for when it was in an area like Erskine Road. We wouldn't necessarily use permeable pavement because you got to dig it out. You got to put a lot of stone in there and you have to maintain it. So not for all projects, but he considered it for this project. I think because it was such a small area and because there were field on both sides, he probably opted not to, but it was something that we considered. Also, the cost for permeable pavement is significantly more. So I'm not sure which he decided, but this contract that we just referred to was for the digging out and the base work. The next contract is for the asphalt for that program.
Okay. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
When I looked at the invoice for the next contract, it is top course. It is not permeable pavement for the contract that's in your book. Resolution 2021-202, be it resolved, the municipal council of the Borough of Ringwood hereby authorizes the payment in the amount of $28,291.17 as per invoice 3062 dated October 5th, 2021 from RM Tuit and Trucking LLC, Ringwood, New Jersey, for the paving of the Hewitt Walking Path, contract number 2021-08, Phase 2.
Have a motion.
Brian, I'll move it.
Peter, I'll
Ready,
second.
second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Resolution 2021-203, whereas a contract was awarded to DSL Contracting, Inc. in the amount of $305,275.34 on June 15th, 2021 for the construction of the Erskine Road and Lakeview Avenue Improvement Project, Phase number 4, contract number 2021-02C. And whereas the Borough Engineer has submitted a copy of estimate number 2 prepared by Swanawheat Halls Engineering for the work performed by DSL Contracting, Inc. for August 31st, 21 through October 2nd, 2021, and recommends a partial payment in the amount of $176,692.22 for the work completed. Now therefore be it resolved, the municipal council of the Borough of Ringwood hereby approves this partial payment in that dollar amount to DSL Contracting of Fairfield, New Jersey, subject to the required certified payroll records and the monthly manning reports.
May I have the motion?
Brian, I'll move it.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Resolution 2021-204, whereas the borough requested a proposal for professional services recommendation for Skyline Lakes Drive / Greenwood Lake Turnpike intersection surveying and design, contract number 2021-105, where Swanawheat Halls Engineering submitted a proposed proposal dated October 12th, 2021, which itemizes 2 phases required for this project as follows: boundary and topo survey 4,600, preparation of plan 2,500. Whereas the chief financial officer has certified the funds are available in the amount of $7,100 for budget line item number 1-01-40-305-201. For contract number 2021-105, and whereas the borough engineer recommends awarding this contract to Swanawheat Halls in the amount of $7,100, subject to the New Jersey pay-to-play documentation and Ringwood's pay-to-play or documentation. Now therefore be it resolved, the municipal council of the Borough of Ringwood hereby awards professional services contract for Skyline Lakes Drive, Greenwood Lake Turnpike intersection survey and design in that total amount to Swanawheat Halls of Oakland, New Jersey. What this contract is doing, we've had a lot of complaints about Skyline Lakes Drive and the trucks going through Skyline Lakes Drive. I talked to you about this a couple of meetings ago. We are going to be revising that intersection, shrinking it down so that it's not so wide open, so trucks don't necessarily go down there. It's going to be more of a hard right-hand turn. We needed to create these plans so that we can submit it to the county for their approvals. So that's what this design is going to be doing, preparing all those plans so that we can submit this to the county so that we can hopefully get the trucks off of Skyline Lakes Drive. We're not going to get them all, but we certainly will make it more difficult for them to maneuver.
Yeah, because we've gotten a lot of complaints. Can I have a motion?
Landis, I'll make that motion.
May I have a
Brian, I'll second.
discussion? Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
I just had a quick question, Mayor Schaefer, with this truck problem that we're having on Skyline Lakes. We were also had a problem reported at Cheshire, and I know Scott was going to look into that. Have you looked into a proposal for solving that issue?
The signs are dictated by county ordinance. So that's why those signs are where they are. If we wanted to put a weight limit or a restriction in the Cheshire Lane area, we could do that, but that would require a survey. I talked to the engineer and the police about it. We would have to do traffic studies. We would have to spend some funds and some time on that in order to get that approved.
I did see that at Skyland intersection that we just voted on, that a sign was put up alerting trucks not to.
Yes.
Is that something we could do on Cheshire? Which would
We could certainly could take that sign from there and move to Cheshire. Cheshire is, it doesn't happen very often, whereas Skyline Lakes, it was happening on a daily basis. I contacted all the shopping owners and went through all the shopping centers with a letter. I've contacted some of the larger trucking companies that distribute to the shopping centers. And most of the problem is they're following their GPS, and their GPS takes them the shortest way, not the most practical. We contacted the county early in the summer and we got those signs that said best, they approved those signs that say best route to Skyline Drive. That didn't do enough. So I'm using the police speed monitor sign, which we can't use forever, on Skyline Lakes Drive to say, hey, listen, no through traffic for trucks. And that has made it better. Believe it or not, some trucks still don't seem to see that. But so someday we could move that up to Skyline Drive. However, we only have one of those. So that's also our speed monitoring sign. So we have to be careful how often we use it. But we felt that tractor trailers on Skyline Lakes Drive going up through Smoky Ridge up into Alta Vista was really a bad idea. And so that's why we felt that was important to use there.
Where are they going on Cheshire?
Cheshire had an incident, I think in the spring, where a large tractor trailer tried to maneuver one of the circles. He wasn't a very good driver, and evidently he took the rocks, he moved the rocks, he went over someone's lawn, he did some damage. So there was an incident there. And it's not the first. There's been occasionally we have people who do that. Anytime you have cul-de-sacs that are narrow, sometimes you have that problem in circles. So that's why we don't need circles.
Yeah, there's also a sign, Mayor Schaefer, right before James Drive or Cheshire, saying that the trucks can't go over Skyline Drive. So I think they're looking for another way to go so they won't get ticketed. And the next turn, it's pretty much Cheshire. So maybe putting something there that says no through traffic for trucks at the end of Cheshire would be helpful to stop a repeat of that concern.
Okay.
As long as you know, we can't enforce any of that because that would require an ordinance. The same thing with Skyline Drive. We can't really enforce it. We're trying to modify behavior. So, but we can certainly try that. I mean, we can move it over there at some point in the near future if it becomes a habitual problem like it is in Skyline.
Okay. Roll call.
We already had, so we're on to the next resolution.
Sorry.
Okay.
Resolution 2021-205, be it resolved, the Municipal Council of the Borough of Ringwood hereby approves the submission of the State of New Jersey Department of Community Affairs, Division of Local Government Services, Best Practice Inventory for 2021 as prepared by the Chief Financial Officer and subject to my review, which I've already reviewed.
Okay, motion.
Ryan, I'll move it.
Second.
Ready, I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion. Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken?
Yes.
Council members Bolton?
Yes.
Peretti?
Yes.
Matty Landis?
Yes.
O'Keefe?
Yes.
And Spear?
Yes.
2021-206, this is a resolution authorizing disposal of property. Often when we have items that we don't use, and we look around for every single thing that we can sell at auction. And we've done very well with selling things that nobody would want, I'm surprised people want, but we seem to always get bidders. So we're getting ready to have our next surplus auction. And whereas the Borough of Ringwood is the owner of certain surplus items, which is no longer needed for the public use. And whereas the Municipal Council of the Borough of Ringwood is desirous of selling said surplus items in an as-is condition without expressing or implied warranties. Now therefore be it resolved that the Municipal Council of the Borough of Ringwood, County of Passaic as follows. The sale of surplus property shall be conducted through govdeals.com pursuant to state contract number A-70967 T2 581 in accordance with the terms and conditions of the state contract. The terms and conditions of the agreement entered into with Gov Deals is available online at govsdeals.com and is also available through the Borough Clerk. The sale will be conducted online, and the address of this sale auction is govdeals.com. The sale is being conducted pursuant to the local finance notice 2008-9. A list of surplus property will be sold. This is in addition to other items that you guys have listed in the past. Is attached to this resolution, which I'll read in a minute. The surplus property as identified shall be sold in as this condition without any expressed or implied warranties, with the successful bidder required to execute a hold harmless and indemnification agreement concerning the said purchase of the property. The Borough of Ringwood reserves the right to accept or reject any bid submitted. In addition to all the other items, we have several trucks, several police cars, several different things that are already on the list. We're adding vehicle number 831, which is a 1986 Ford 555B backhoe. We're adding a tire machine from the Borough Garage. We're also auctioning off a rim clamp tire machine and a 1981 Salisbury rescue truck, one of the rescue trucks that we used for the dive team. Those are the items that we're including on the existing list.
Okay, I have a motion.
Ready, I'll move it.
Landis, I'll second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Resolution 2021-207, be it resolved, the municipal council of the Borough of Ringwood hereby cancels the business meeting scheduled for Tuesday, December 14th, 2021. And be it further resolved, the municipal council of the Borough of Ringwood hereby reschedules the business meeting for Tuesday, December 21st at 7:30 p.m. at Violet E. Bogert Municipal Annex, 60 Margaret King Avenue, conducted via Zoom, and authorizes the clerk to publish the same notice in the official newspaper of the municipality.
May I have a motion?
Spear, I'll move that.
Ryan, I'll second.
Discussion?
Can I ask why it needed to be rescheduled?
It's my birthday.
The 14th is your birthday?
Yeah, and I appreciate you moving it.
Why we did it.
It's just that it's so close to the holiday.
I got many a double gift growing up.
I will yield to the mayor. This was the request of the mayor.
Right. Yes, I'm not going to be available until that date, so.
Should be celebrating Ryan's birthday.
I mean, now it's out, so everybody's invited. Bring cake.
Okay.
Crumb cake.
And the treat house. Okay, roll call, please.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
All right. Scott, I guess you maybe want to take a drink of water and go through the consent agenda resolution.
Okay, Mayor, thank you. Consent agenda resolution 2021-208. Whereas the mayor and council of the Borough of Ringwood has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of various proposed resolutions. And whereas the mayor and council of the Borough of Ringwood is not desirous of removing any resolution from individual action from the agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that the following resolutions on the consent agenda are hereby approved. 2021-208, approval of the consent agenda. 209, authorized redemption of tax sale certificates. 210, refund escrow board of adjustment. 211, property services payment GIS update contract number 2021-07. 212, professional services payment 792 tanks soil remediation phase 2 contract number 2021-04. 213 is voided checks. 214 is the agreement with the Morris County Cooperative Pricing Council, and 215 is the approval of the payroll and payroll transfers for 2021, September 2021, sorry.
And I have a motion.
Ryan, I'll move it.
You can have a second.
Landis, I'll second.
Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Mario Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Okay. Next is manager's report.
I know you're going to be all upset to hear this, but I have a short report this evening.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So we start out with the COVID update. As of October 18th, 2021, the totals are 1,503 cases, 10 deaths, 1 hospitalization, and we have 36 active cases. This information is all on our website. Information from the state as of October 11th, 2021. This is the total vaccination for residents, fully vaccinated residents. Above 18 years old, 81% fully vaccinated. Above 12 years old, 79% vaccinated. Breakdown by age for the fully vaccinated individuals: 2 through 17-year-olds, 51%, 18 through 29, 78%, 30 through 49, 73%, 50 through 64, 75%, 60 through 79, 100%, 80 and above is also 100%. So that's the breakdown. Speed signs. We've had a lot of issues with speeders throughout the community, and the police aren't always there when the speeding happens. Sometimes they'll sit there for 3 or 4 hours, nothing happens, and then 20 minutes later, somebody speeds by. We can't be every place all the time. We have 150 lane miles of road, so that's a lot of territory to cover. So earlier this spring, I purchased speed signs to do as a trial. I've seen it in many other communities. I think it works well. I know when I drive by one, it says you're going this fast. It certainly makes me aware. We've put at the following location those speed signs as certainly as a start: Cupsaw Drive near Old Road, Fountain Drive, Conklin Town Road near Lenape, Skyline Lakes Drive by the Triangle, Skyline Lakes Drive on the, I think, west side of the lake, Lakeview Avenue in the area of Main Beach. I also bought 2 temporary signs. Those are solar signs that are solar control those, and so you have to be careful where you're going to put them. You have to put them in the sun. You don't want to put it, in somebody's front yard where it's a manicured lawn. So we work that out. We have 2 temporary signs that we can put up if we have speeding issues in certain areas where they'll get tied to a telephone pole. They're battery operated. So we'll be deploying those as well. And this is in an effort to try and get people to understand that speeding is a real problem, and we can't be everywhere all the time. The police do a lot of enforcement, but this is just another tool that we use for some of those items. The Superfund site. In November, the Superfund site remediation implementation is beginning. There's going to be a significant amount of excavation and remediation of that site. So in order to better ensure that the health and safety of the borough residents during the implementation of the OU2 remediation work is complete, I've hired Joe Kulek, whose main responsibility will be as a communicator liaison between the residents, the project team, EPA, DEP, and myself in my office. Joe is a longtime resident who is fully familiar with the Ringwood site and with the approved OU2 remediation as well of the Peters Mine Pit, O'Connor Disposal Area, and the Cannon Mine Pit land areas. Joe has spent nearly 35 years of his professional career in a major pharmaceutical company, which he is now retired from, having held several positions, including Vice President, Health and Safety, Environmental and Business Continuity. In these positions, Joe was responsible for the company's compliance with these issues related to the environment, health, and safety, including the development of the company's health and safety and environmental programs, strategies, and policies. As I said at the last meeting, we cannot simply expect Ford and their contractors will have the same focus our residents we will have. I wanted to have somebody there that could be there on a part-time basis that certainly could assist us in communicating with the residents, ensuring that their needs are met and ensuring that their compliance with the rules and regulations are occurring. So Joe is certainly going to be a welcome addition to our team. I will also be there as well often. It's going to be a major undertaking, and I think that these things are unfortunately stuff that you have to watch. I will tell you that, and I may talk about it later, but while we're talking about the Superfund site, things like we got a $1.4 million change order from Ford Motor Company. And why is that important? Well, that's important because while we've worked hard to get the insurance company to agree to pay for all those type of things, they haven't agreed yet. And how does that's almost $200,000 that affects us. So we need to watch them. We need to make sure that these things need to be done, and we need to make sure we keep our insurance company's feet to the fire. But it doesn't relieve us of our 15% obligation. So that's something. So Joe's going to be very helpful in that regard. As you can imagine, it's very busy here at Borough Hall, and I might not be able to give it the attention that our residents deserve. So I felt having a secondary individual to assist me in that endeavor was a good plan. And I know we talked about that previously, but I wanted to let you folks know that I actually did interview him. I hired him. He interviewed with our professionals as well, and they all thought that he was a very good fit. Budget update. 2021 budget, $16,716,657.39. Paid year to date and encumbered, $2,203,236.74, or 73% of the budget has been utilized. We've also encumbered money for the library, for insurance and solid waste. So those encumbrances have been taken out for the whole year, but that dollar amount adds up to $583,604.97. The water operating budget, the total budget for 2021 was $1,600,000. Paid to date, $1,184,067.30. 74% of that budget has been utilized at this point. Some of the items that we encumber for the year is insurance, professional services, and debt service, which total $247,076.57. So Hurricane Ida. Last month, I advised you that we had some damage from Hurricane Ida, and Ringwood really had some tough rain events. We had the honor of having, I think, a 25-year and 2 10-year storms this year, dumping tremendous amounts of water in a very short period of time in our community. While much of our storm drain, we've done a lot of improvements to our storm drain system over the last couple of years, held up well, and unfortunately, some residents did get flooded. So we've worked with some of those areas, but we do need to do some cleanup. So as I indicated last month, Hurricane Ida had its effect on our community. The borough engineer had estimated the cleanup cost for Hurricane Ida to be total of $314,550. This cost includes Poplar Drive, Cupsaw Drive, Cupsaw, it's not really Cupsaw Beach, it's Cupsaw Boat Ramp area, Walker Drive Rip Rap Apron, Walker Drive Rip Rap Apron as well on the other side of the street. We had a significant water main break on Conklin Town Road at Fountain Drive. The engineer estimates that the cost for that is $54,781. Additionally, the engineer found the cost for the fallen tree during one of those storms on Oakwood Drive. The cleanup to that was $8,671.28. As you recall, we talked about none of these items were in the budget. This is all stuff that we had to take out of the budget. And since we moved money from streets and roads to cover the air conditioning and heat for the library, $318,000 really needs to be funded, plus a few of these other items. I have filed with FEMA for funding, but however, as you know, many of these grants are reimbursable grants. So we still have to fund it. And FEMA only reimburses 75% of that back. So we don't know that all of these things are eligible funding. We have applied for them, but I think that it's important to note that this is all items that while your budget is tight, and it's even tighter because of some of the things that we've had to do that were planned to fund through the bond, these are other items that we're going to need to find money for, because right now we're doing them. As an example, Poplar Drive, 10 by 10 by 10 foot deep hole opened up in the center of the road. It's been blocked off for about 6 weeks. We determined when we opened it up that it was more extensive than we thought. This pipe underground that's 5 foot in diameter, approximately, drains all of that Skyline Lakes area and goes down into, I don't think it goes, I think it misses Skyline Lakes, but it goes down into the Meadowbrook. We repaired a third of the pipe. We had to grout the whole inside of the pipe. We had to grout the outside of the pipe to make the road safe. A third of it has been grouted. We brought in a pump truck to be able to pump the concrete down into the hole to be able to grout underneath. We had guys in the hole for hours and days trying to get that prepared. And again, there's still, so if it's 200 feet long, we've done a third of it. We still have 2/3 to go. And while that's not under the road, it's under the open space area and there's sinkholes in the area. So we have it coned off, so we have to complete that. But these are all items that have to be completed. Same thing with taking the silt out of Cups boat ramp. The same thing with some of the road paving that has to be done at Fountain Drive and Conklin Town Road. Some of that stuff I haven't done. I unfortunately, we just don't have the funding to do it at this point. So I'm hoping some solution comes forward at some time in the future. The Poplar Drive cost, when we couldn't afford to get a contractor, we did it ourselves with DPW labor. Of course, that removes DPW from doing the things they ordinarily would be doing because this wasn't something that they anticipated. We've been working on that project on Poplar Drive so that the poor folks wouldn't have to keep detouring from September 4th through October 18th. The labor costs and the material costs at this point for the project that's a third complete is $31,552.57. So those are items that we have to discuss. We have to figure out how we're going to fund those items in addition to the other items that we've been talking about. I mentioned earlier that we had a few other items that we wanted to bring in Chapter 159. One of the items is the library funding. And this is an item that we've anticipated as a revenue, and now that we actually had the money moved from the library to the borough of Ringwood. And this is money that was used for fundraising for many years and for leftover money that was part of the building project and some fundraising that has been done. And so this is an accumulated of funds that have been sitting in the library for quite some time, $292,750. And some of that comes from, like early on in the project, they sold the name on a room, or they sold the put their name on benches, or they put their name on the piano, or it was that type of funding event that they sold items of the building. They had the charitable giving wall that was put up inside the library. All that stuff goes into this funding as well as their fundraising. So this is a Chapter 159 as we did earlier. So I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm going to say, whereas the Borough of Ringwood has received notice of an award of $292,750 and wishes to amend its budget to include it as a revenue. Now therefore be it resolved, the Borough of Ringwood hereby requests the Director of Local Government Services to approve the insertion of this item in the budget year 2021 in the sum of $292,750 and no cents to the same thing, miscellaneous revenues and general appropriations. Excuse me for 1 minute. So I don't know what number this would be, Nicole.
216,
What's that?
2021, 216.
216. So this is the money that was anticipated for some of the match. In order for us to utilize this for the library, we need to bring it into the budget.
I have a motion.
Spear, I'll move that.
McCracken, I'll second it.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Next one is 217.
Yes.
Nicole? Okay, this has been the much discussed American Rescue Act. Whereas the Borough of Ringwood has received a notice for an award of $638,373.51 from the American Rescue Plan and wishes to amend its 2021 budget to include this amount as a revenue. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mayor and Council of the Borough of Ringwood, Passaic County of Passaic, State of New Jersey, hereby request the Director of Division of Local Government Services to improve the insertion of an item of revenue in the budget year 2020 in the sum of $638,373.51, which is now available from our revenue, and it will go into miscellaneous revenues and general appropriations as did the others.
Need a motion?
I'll move it. Councilman Ferretti.
Have a second?
Ryan, I'll second.
Discussion?
Yes, how is this going to be utilized? Is it going to be utilized for the sewer plant up on James Drive?
That's a function of the council to award contracts that would, all the contracts that are awarded that for these contracts are something that goes before all of you folks. But I can tell you one thing, if we don't bring it into the budget, we can't use it.
Okay, thank you.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Schaefer? Deputy Mayor McCracken?
Yes.
Council members Bolton?
Yes.
Moretti?
Yes.
Matty Landis?
Yes.
O'Keefe?
Yes.
Spear?
Yes.
And I know that I talked about earlier, the change orders for the Upper Ringwood Sewer Fund for the $1.4 million, not an exact dollar amount, I don't have it in front of me. But the change order that was submitted, our share of that responsibility is $214,262.14. We begin negotiating with our unions as the contracts all expire at the end of the year. We met with representatives from the DPW, and we have a meeting set with both the DPW, the white collar representatives, and the PBI, I believe. I've also met with the dispatchers. So we're hoping to resolve all these contracts before the end of the year, as retros are difficult if you don't. So hopefully that works. As a reminder, at the previous meeting, the council was awarded a contract for the new garbage company, also an increase to be funded. So the total of these three collections is $4,371,286.54, which is a $656,225.54 increase over the 3-year term, or 17.67% increase. So I just want to remind you all, for next year's budget, we have to keep that in mind for finances, because the contract is going up for all of those items. So, Ryan, you look like you have a question. You're probably saying, "Thank God I don't have to worry about that."
No, I was waiting for a pause to ask the mayor and then ask you. Just confirming my memory, we only got one response on the garbage contract, right? Like we only had one response to the RFP.
Yeah, often we don't get many responses, and I don't want to say that many communities have the same problem. So I'm going to leave it there.
I thought so. I just wanted to clarify that for folks that.
Yeah. So
it was either that or no garbage.
Yeah. No garbage and no recycling isn't really a good option.
Bad idea.
Yeah. If they come in the afternoon instead of in the morning, we get enough complaints about that. Not showing up would be bad, probably.
Yeah.
So there's a couple different things from the public portion that I could respond. Most of it is not from me, but I will tell you that Ms. Toll asked about the 14 home sewer hookup, and what she asked at the last meeting was there capacity at the plant, and were these people allowed to hook up? And while you don't have to increase the capacity, you don't need to build a new plant. The problem with the capacity, the reason that the flows are so high, is we're having a significant increase in infiltration of groundwater, and that's what makes the volume go up. If you were to manage the groundwater infiltration and reduce it or eliminate it, you could have enough available capacity so that you could be within our permit rules and hook these folks up, and you wouldn't be treating groundwater. And I think adding capacity, I think the quote was willy-nilly, is not really what's happening. We don't want to add capacity. All we want to do is cut down on the infiltration for two reasons. One, we're treating groundwater, and we're taking groundwater and we're putting it through our plant, and we're adding chemicals and we're adding treatment to water that shouldn't be in the system to begin with. So we're spending more money on treatment products, we're spending more money on labor, and we're dumping that treated raw water into a brook, which goes into Skyline Lake. Someone else asked, why does Skyline Lake matter? Because the effluent that comes out of the plant, or when we had an episode with one of the storms, 3,000 gallons of water of sewage was dumped on the ground. While we cleaned it up, did you get it all? That's the question, because while the rain's going on, we're not out there at that moment. So some of that did get into Skyline Lake. So yes, we have to be concerned about Skyline Lake. Also, one of the things I talked about at the last meeting relative to the sewer plant was if we have groundwater infiltration going in during high rain events, right? So when there's high rain events for several days, your water goes up, the water coming into the plant goes up significantly. Well, what do we think's happening when there's not high water? It's not a one-directional pipe. If water can get in during high demands when there's a lot of high groundwater, when there's not a lot of high groundwater, the sewage can get out. That's also concerning, and because that's a secondary effect, and all of that affects the quality of Skyline Lake. So fixing those pipes and fixing that groundwater infiltration, in my opinion, is significant. So I think that answers that question. It was great that Congressman Gottheimer called in, and I appreciate that. And as a matter of fact, we're going to resume our Congressman Gottheimer on Thursdays here in the Borough Hall in the mornings. So he's going to have a representative here to speak to all of us. And so while we did receive a larger grant over a 2-year period, we only received $638,000. I reported on that earlier. My inquiry into the American Rescue Act is that things that are a result of the pandemic we could address and we could use for funding. We could use it for infrastructures. We can use it for the sewer plant. Things that we've known for years that were not as a result of pandemic, you cannot use those funds for. And some of the other grants that were referred to, the COPS grant and the JAG grant, many of those grants are A, long-term grants, and B, they don't pay for the whole dollar amount, and they are reimbursable grants. So that puts us into the same problem that we're in right now, whereas you got to fund it, and then you at that point have to then get reimbursed. We're doing the same thing with the library. So some of these grants aren't necessarily they're not bad to get grants, but they may not be effective for those particular items. And from what I've looked into, the American Rescue Act, and Debbie probably can address that as well. I'm sure you have some thoughts about it, about these grants as well. So Debbie, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
About that, the car just came by. Just the American Recovery Plan, we have 4 years to spend this money. I wouldn't be anxious to spend it right away until we do get those final guidance in. And that's from the federal government. They did have something in place, which he had mentioned, and that's the interim final rule. We're still waiting to get the guidelines with the final rule from there. So we just want to be careful of how we spend this money, that we don't lay it out and then we get denied by the federal government and we have to pay it back to them. So it would make more sense just to, don't rush into it. Definitely not. The other project is the library. That's another one too. And that one, that's the grant that was awarded, and that's in the amount of $292,750. But that's only 50% of the cost for the improvement project. So the balance, there's going to be additional costs, by the way, which Scott mentioned last month. There could be overrun of costs with the air conditioning units in the roof that's being installed. That has to be covered through our budget also. So we have to make sure when contracts are awarded that we have, the law requires us that we certify funds are available. Right now, our budget is so tight. If we award these contracts, we have to find that money from somewhere. Originally, we were going to use the bond ordinance to put that funding in place. So right now, we're in a very tight spot when it comes to any grants that are coming through. So, but we did receive it in this year, $638,373.51 for the American Recovery Act. Every town in New Jersey received a portion of that. You'd be amazed by the dollar amount that was given out in over the summer. But we do have to send a report in to the federal government. What they did was they extended, it was supposed to be due the end of this year. They extended it to April of next year. So I think they're still working on that, their guidelines as well. So it's, again, I wouldn't recommend using these funds until we really have definitive guidance of how to use these funds. It's a lot of money if you had to pay it back.
Yeah, it'd be one thing if we know that sewer infrastructure is very prominent in their list.
Yeah,
I would not be comfortable stretching it to something that was existing pre-pandemic. So you have to be careful with that. And
I agree.
So anyway, I yield. Debbie has to sign off on that, so I would yield to her.
Okay.
I think I answered Mrs. Herdman's question. Mr. Martin, yes, I will look into Airbnb. That was a good suggestion. think that's all that I had from the public. So Mayor, I think that's all I have for this evening, unless there's some questions.
Next, we have Mr. Klimek. Do you have any?
No report, Mayor.
All right, next is the second general public portion of the meeting. Again, please limit your comments to 3 minutes and try not to be repetitive. Scott, would anyone like to address the council?
Yes, Mayor. Okay. Mr. Martucci.
Yes.
Hi. Jim Matucci, 517 Skyline Lakes Drive. I spoke in the first session about the James Drive treatment plant. But the question is, what is the overall game plan on when it's going to be fixed and worked on? I have people in Skyline Lakes asking questions, wondering if they have to sell their houses. So if I could get some sort of guidance tonight, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Toll?
Hi, Venkatall, 24 High Point Lane. Mr. Heck, Mr. Dunn, when he gave his update on the James Drive plant, went out of his way to say that nothing that was going to be accomplished by the upgrades that you guys are planning to do will address the infiltration problem. So the plant, because I understand, because of the infiltration problem that you're facing up there, is almost at capacity. I just want to shout out to council members Ferretti, Bolton, and O'Keefe for the very smart and thoughtful solutions to the Airbnb issue. As far as Congressman Gottheimer, are you saying that he doesn't know what he's talking about, Mr. Heck? He did tell you the final guidance is in, and there are municipalities across the whole country that are using their money. I want to shout out to him too for solving two big funding issues facing Ringwood: the police radio equipment and the renovation of the James Drive sewage plant. His office is willing to work with Ringwood to get the money we need right now. It's a golden opportunity, and hopefully the council will jump on it immediately. He's willing to help, and you should go for it. Ms. Buchanan, Ringwood has $1.2 million in Ford money available. But you said at the last meeting that it was encumbered and could not be used. When did that occur? Hello?
We'll
When
finish up public
was
port.
money encumbered?
We'll finish up public portion and then we'll get back to you.
Yes.
Very good. I checked out years of resolutions and I did not find a resolution encumbering that money. Mr. Heck said the money was needed in case sinkholes might open during the Superfund construction or other issues. That's crazy. I know Ford has $10 million in indemnification insurance, and I would assume the borough has insurance as well. At least I hope to God you do. If a sinkhole were to open, as it did in 2004, Ringwood would not be responsible, which is what Pat Seppi and Joe Gowers told Councilwoman O'Keefe and also told me, contrary to what you put on the Republican website. When the sinkhole opened in 2004, I happened to be mayor on Sheehan Drive. The DOT paid for the reconstruction of the road. Governor Corzine awarded Ringwood $250,000 to remediate the sinkhole in Mr. DeGroat's yard, but the money was diverted by the council into the general fund, and the dangerous sinkhole was never remediated. It is still a clear and present danger in Upper Ringwood. And God knows what's going to happen when all this construction is going on up there. It's a serious, serious issue, which this council never addressed. Let's continue with the Superfund. The 15% obligation.
We're over the 3 minutes.
I'm just about done. To the Superfund site will be paid for with Ringwood's insurance policy, as laid out in the negotiated Ford and insurance term sheets. Taxpayers will have no obligation, and for anyone to insinuate otherwise, they are being disingenuous at best.
Thank you, Mrs.
My last question is, what is Ringwood doing about climate change, which is already affecting Ringwood with torrential rains and storms? Thank you.
Mr. Heck, anyone else?
No, Mayor.
Seeing no one, close public session.
Oh, hold on. Somebody's.
Okay.
Yeah, Robin Kennedy, 310 Lakeview Avenue. I just have a question for the mayor. I'm wondering, Mayor, if you watch the 3-minute clock for everybody or only for the people you know? Because it seems to me when all those poor people on McGee were calling in, there was no 3-minute time limit. So do we decide based on what they're talking about that they get to talk without a 3-minute limit? I'm a little curious about how you handle it.
I've had the timer on for every person speaking, and the chime went off about 3 times tonight.
Right.
But we didn't interrupt those other people. We interrupted me and we interrupted Vinka. That's all I'm saying. So only 2 times I heard you interrupt. Thank you.
I think it only went off one other time, and the person ended very shortly after.
Correct. Anyone else, Mr. Heck? Yes.
Mr. Rabaki?
Paul Rabaki, 99 Edward Drive. The first thing is I appreciate Ms. Buchanan's conservatism on the funding issues. One of the things we've learned is that the Ringwood Borough Sewer Authority was basically taken down by spending money before they got the grant, and that created financial problems, which collapsed that entity and left us with a mess. The second thing is that we seem to be falling into a pattern where serious concerns about ordinances are not being raised in the initial meeting. They're being raised in the following meeting. And basically it means a lot of things aren't getting done because we have to go back to the drawing board. Now, the Airbnb one, I understand the concerns, but I also, while I was doing some research while the meeting was going on, there are only 2 Airbnbs currently listed in Ringwood. Ms. Hoffman's one and one up in Cupsaw Drive. Councilman Bolton wanted to exempt owner-occupied Airbnbs. It seems like a reasonable approach. Well, the thing is how do you determine that? Well, I did a test. I reserved Miss Hoffman's house, her complete house, for 10 days straight in October, and I did another test for 10 days straight in November. So what Attorney Klimak brought up is this is getting into very nuanced. When you start doing carve-outs, it's going to be very nuanced. What is owner-occupied? What prevents this person who creates so much disruption in Stonetown from just simply saying, I live there, put a bed in there, some toothpaste, a toothbrush, and half gallon of milk, and say, I live there. It's owner-occupied. The best thing to do is, there's 2 things we need to do. We need to have a complete ban. Miss Hoffman I understand why Miss O'Keefe, Miss Bolton, Mr. Ferretti came to her defense. She's a significant Democratic operative in this town. And so that's why they're coming to her. But the thing is, she's running a business. If she's renting her house out 10, 20 days a month, that's a business. Somebody's running a hotel in a neighborhood. And that's not what Ringwood is about. If somebody wants to rent out a room occasionally, that I can see that. But the thing is, we need to stop all the problems we've seen over the past couple of years. Maybe we can fine tune it, but most towns have gone to bans. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bucky. Mr. Heck, is there anyone else?
Yep, hold on. Mr. Martin, if you could state your
Hi,
name.
Jim Martin, Marcia Road. I feel obligated to respond to that bizarre rant that we all just heard. First off, the use of the word political operative is offensive. If we recall our last meeting, our borough attorney gave us a whole diatribe about the use of proper English in these meetings. Also, I don't know that this has been a prolonged problem for years with Airbnb rentals in town. You've already made a decision as a non sequitur. I think having somebody make such a partisan speech like that just now should have been shut down by the mayor. Again, entirely at your option, but he didn't even make sense. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Robin Kennedy, 310 Lakeview Avenue. I just have to say as a follow-up to Jim's comment, as you all know, I am a major Democrat in this town. I've been on the executive board of the Democratic Club for years. I have never met Annie Hauptman. I've seen her on Facebook. I know she exists. I don't know what party she belongs to. I would assume that she's a Democrat from things she's posted. But to call someone a Democratic operative is bizarre, especially given who that just came from. So Mr. Rubacki really needs to apologize for besmirching this woman's character and our three council people saying the only reason that they did something for her is because of her political connection, when in fact I am telling you, I have never met the woman. She's never been to a Democratic Club meeting. I don't know her. And again, as you know, if I don't know them, they're not primary Democrats in this town because I know them all. Shame on you, Mr. Rubacki. Shame on you. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rubacki?
Sorry, I raised my hand by accident.
Okay. Okay, Mayor, that's all we have for public portion. Oh, hold on. You guys could raise your hands a little earlier. We won't call the question too soon. Oh, I'm sorry, I called the wrong person here. This just says Carney. I don't know whether it's a Mr. or a Mrs. I'm sorry.
Sorry, it's Melissa Kearney. It's because it's both Sean and myself at the same residence. We're at Stetson Road. I don't know. I just want to express concern about the bond issue. It just seems like it just keeps getting stretched out again and again after the 2 years of time frame of being in finance, and then the last minute downvote by some of the members. I just want to know why, after 2 years and the 4 to 6 months of bantering about it, that the council persons are coming up with new solutions now in September and October, not sooner. It just seems odd, and it just feels like we're extending all of this time and dealing with this while we sit with non-fully functioning radios and a sewage issue that's literally flowing. And then I guess the last comment that I wanted to say was, whatever happened to the respectful conversations that were coming back and forth? I when I wanted to raise my hand earlier, I wanted to turn around and say, wow, this is the first meeting where we've been actually kind of like really respectful towards one another and people weren't like jumping at each other. And now I guess, I don't know if it's late in the day, I'm not sure, but it concerns me because it spills out into our everyday. And now here we're talking about people we literally live next to. And it's just disheartening to hear, not only in here, but in board meetings and other ones. It's just very disheartening. And I just hope that instead of the constant battling, that we can just figure this out without there being some sort of chess move involved. And if we can find solutions, let's find solutions instead of trying to turn it into something that it ought not to be, so we can all just get things handled. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sando?
Yeah, Peter Sando, 24 High Point Lane. Just wanted to say, respond to Mr. Martucci, who's looking for a solution to the James Drive problem. It was offered to him tonight from the congressman, and I think you should move forward. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Cooperate with him, and I think you'll get it done. I really do. I think he knows. He knows. He obviously wasn't speaking from. He was speaking from his professional experience, and I trust him on that. Also, I was reviewing that meeting about many things back in August of 2017, before the election, where the folks kind of spoke their opinions on all that Superfund stuff. And Tom Dunn specified in that meeting that these sewer plants are typically paid for by the users, and that sometimes they are bonded for, and the bonds are paid back by the users of the sewer system. So I don't think that you have that stipulation in that bond, and it should be separated. It should be amended, and it should make more sense as it's been discussed. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Carney?
Yeah, hi, sorry. I had to respond to that. I want as much information as possible from everybody. I find it very strange that the comment was, we just had an expert speak today. We need to jump on that. Yet last month we had a different expert who spoke, and the jump on that was, oh, don't jump on that. And there was a political issue behind it. I'm not registered as either. So before anybody jumps on me about that, let's clear that up. I don't understand why it has to turn into a split issue here. Last month we had an expert and people were jumping on her. Oh, she's a this, she's a that, and don't jump on it. And she's here because of you. And now we have another expert who comes in today, and everybody and other people are jumping on it and saying, oh, jump on this one. We have to follow what they're saying. They're an expert. Well, we had an expert last month, but that one was dismissed. And now we have an expert today, and all of a sudden everybody is just supposed to follow suit with that one. So I want information from everybody. I want all information to be available in a timely manner, not at the 11.75th hour here. I just felt like I had to say that, because last month we had an expert and everybody, and some people were saying that was a problem. Now we have an expert this month, and same people are saying we have to follow this one, not the last one. It's just very confusing, and I just wanted to point it out. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more, and then I think that's it, Mayor.
Okay.
Mr. Sando?
Yeah, I just, 24 High Point Lane, Peter Sando. I just got to say, Ms. Shapezi really didn't offer us anything. All she did was a lot of fear mongering about, what's going on in Bergen County. It has nothing to do with our protection area up here. So, I mean, to compare her to what Congressman Gottheimer offered us today is absurd. And I really think that you got to cooperate with him. You can get your police radios, and you can get James Drive done without a inflated bond that we don't know what you're going to use it for. It's just going to be a slush fund in the long run. And I commend our council members who have put a stop to that. And I'm upset that you do not accept their suggestions to table it and to discuss it and to have have the public weigh in on it and to consider other options. So the finance committee, I mean, things have changed in a couple of years, believe me. Things have changed a lot. We all know that. So thank you very much, everyone. Stay safe, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak again. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Okay, before there's any more, Mayor, if you want to make a motion to adjourn, oh, wow, I'm sorry, to adjourn public portion. So Freudian slip.
To adjourn public portion.
I'll move to close public, Mayor.
Have a second.
I'll second.
Brian, I'll
Mayor.
second.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken. Oh, he had to leave. Council members Bolton,
Yes.
Peretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Mayor, since Ms. Tall addressed me directly, would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
So the first item was Mr. Dunn talked about upgrades. I'm not sure what she's referring to, but the upgrade to the James Drive plant is something that is zinc and copper is required according to the DEP and the EPA. And that dollar amount, we've gotten down to $590,000. The rest of the money in the bond was to work on the groundwater infiltration, which is actually in the pipes in the street. It's not in the plant. And that we have a study for $185,000 to figure out where they are, to do the line, to figure out what lining, to where we can start digging, and then we have to repair the pipes. We were talking about repairing a 200-foot pipe in James in Poplar Drive that was almost $100 and some thousand. So we need to fix the groundwater infiltration. So the folks that are in the sewer district area, those 14 homes, if they want to tie in, can tie in without having to do a modification to the plant or increase the capacity. In no way did I say that Congressman Gottheimer does not know what he's talking about. But what I did say is that while he did speak to us and he offered his help, and Congressman Gottheimer has been always good to us. And as I mentioned, he's not coming, his staff is coming here on Thursdays. The problem isn't necessarily what we can use the American Rescue Grant at. And then even though he talked about $1.3 million, I think, we really only received $638,000 as of right now. And that's all that we can really talk about at this point. The balance of that money is not coming until August of next year. And while I do believe we can use some of that for sewer, because that is clearly within all of the guidelines all the time. Some of the other areas where we're talking about the library and the police communication, when you read the actual document, I don't believe that's really something that was going to be used. It's certainly on the fringes. I would, if it works, I'm going to continue to talk to the congressman to see if we can assist. But that's clearly way on the fringes. That's a little different than bringing in networking cables and doing that kind of stuff. This is a communication thing, and that is not related to the pandemic. So when you work in the gray areas for a grant like that, you have the very likely chance that when they audit this, just like they do with FEMA, they audit us all the time. They go back and they say, well, this wasn't within the guidelines, that wasn't within the guidelines. And if you remember, a couple of years ago, we had to give money back to FEMA. I don't remember how much that was off the top of my head, Debbie, but it was significant. So what Debbie and I are suggesting is we need to be very careful what we start spending this money on when we had a viable solution to resolve the problem. The congressman also talked about grants that were available, but these grants, when you really delve into them, and yes, there are some grants available, but every grant we've looked into, and we've looked into every grant that the council members have suggested, and none of them were viable options. And I think what you're going to find, just like with these grants, is A, the timing of them aren't going to work, and B, they're reimbursable grants, or they are percentage grants, or they're not eligible for this type of infrastructure. The problem isn't so much what are we going to use the American Rescue Plan for. The problem is that we have several $1 million plan that needed to be fixed. The proposal that came before us didn't add up to the dollar amount we need. We can't offer money for contracts and start halfway through and then not finish. We have to, the James Drive treatment plant is 590,000 and up to 750,000 or something for the infiltration, the infiltration in the groundwater, and $185,000 to do the investigation. The library contingency, there's just not enough money to pay for that. The police radios is an expenditure of $750,000 to fix the problem permanently. I think no matter how hard I try, if we take the money from all of the areas that were suggested, we're still short. We're still short between 860,000 and $1 million. So that's why the problem is. That's what. So while Gottheimer, Congressman Gottheimer, excuse me, didn't really solve anything, he did make a couple suggestions, and we will continue to work with him. And I think that's something that we have done in the past, and we will continue to do. But that wasn't a solution here today. There's not an aha moment here where this money is eligible for us to move forward. So I think that answers that issue. The $1.2 million that Ford money has, listen, when we did the refinancing of the bonds a couple of years ago, we were paying 5.5% interest on money that didn't make sense when we had money sitting in the bank. The finance committee and both parties decided that we needed to keep a contingency plan. I think Ryan, Kathy, everybody suggested that we needed to have a contingency plan in place so that we could use that for Upper Ringwood for when issues happen, not just sinkholes, not just problems. You need, when you're doing a 14 or a 15 or a $20 million project, you need to have a contingency. Debbie, how long has it taken us to collect money that we have paid out and have the insurance company reimbursed on things that were very real items that were covered by our insurance policy? And how long did it take us to get some of these funds?
It was resubmitted through years. You do not get reimbursed right away from the insurance companies. You need to have that money in place just to cover the cost. Everything is not as Ms. Toll said, that the 50% will be paid by the insurance carriers. You don't realize we have to pay the bills first. We submit all of our documents to the insurance carriers. They send us responses back. That is not qualified. We have to pay those bills ahead of time. Like, for example, you had talked about that change order. Do you realize the Borough of Ringwood is going to be responsible for over $200,000 to cover our 15% cost? We're not going to see that from the insurance companies right away. It takes time. Has anyone else ever dealt with insurance companies? It might take up to a year to get any type of reimbursement. The 15%, might be covered by the insurance company, but you're going to wait to get paid for it back. So you need that money to cover any expenses. And this is just the start of this project. So I just don't feel, I agree with you. We should not be using this money for other projects. We should be, as this project is starting for Upper Ringwood for the cleanup, we need to have that money in place for such a large project. We can't count on the insurance companies bailing us out, even within a month or two.
Based upon the refinancing, the council, and I think it was a large majority of the council, all, you can go back and look in the minutes, wanted us to keep a contingency for this item. And that was back in 2019, I believe, Debbie?
2019. We paid it off in November of 2019.
So in November of 2019, at the direction of the council, we encumbered money for this specific event. So that answers that. When we're talking about sinkholes, relative to sinkholes in Upper Ringwood, yeah, Mr. DeGroat did have a sinkhole. The Ringwood paid out $1.2 million or $1.4 million in total for the Upper Ringwood Fund. We paid for that and we got reimbursed later. We got reimbursed to the insurance company. As a matter of fact, we got reimbursed many years later. Now, not all of it. We've negotiated a pretty good arrangement where the insurance companies, if we get approval from them, they will cover it. It doesn't go through our office. It only goes through our costs if, in fact, the insurance company hasn't approved it. Case in point, the well survey. When they did the well surveys a couple of years ago, it became apparent that the Height Hewitt School, the church, and several wells at the state park weren't tested for any of the contaminants in Upper Ringwood. It was overlooked. It was overlooked by DEP. When I discovered that they were using Hewitt School because there was borough water there. Well, the borough water there was only for the field. It wasn't in. So We went ahead, we did all the testing, we got it all done. It cost us about $50,000. This was several years ago. We didn't get paid on that from the insurance companies yet. We're still out that money. So this is stuff that we have to pay for because we certainly don't want to start the project and then sit idly by, stop the project and sit idly by and let the Ringwood residents, the Upper Ringwood residents, have a stop work order and live like that. We need to have money that's fluid so that we can pay the bills. And I believe that we will ultimately go after the insurance company and we'll ultimately get most of it. But there's going to be some lag time between getting approvals and we're going to need to pay some of those bills because we don't want the project to stop.
Mr. Heck, can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Sure.
I know you weren't borough manager then, but I was there when Governor Corzine gave that check in Upper Ringwood for Roger DeGroat. But I also remember that we were told later on that we couldn't use that money for his sinkhole because it was too close to a Superfund site. Do you remember any of that?
That was accurate. However, we did negotiate that and we were able to use that for the sinkhole. It did not go into the general fund. As a matter of fact, Mr. Klimak and I have been negotiating with Mr. DeGroat for several years. There was a period of time there for some personal reasons where we couldn't repair the property, but he's no longer in that position. We met with him again, Mr. Klimak, 2 months ago. So we still have the funding in place to do that. So it did not go into the general coffers as she suggests. And we are awaiting for Mr. DeGroat's response as we speak. Relative to the Republican website, I have no idea what she's talking about, but I will tell you that we transcribed the meeting based upon the mayor instructing me to find out the conversation. I told the EPA that I was doing that. On September 27th, I had a call with them. We transcribed the call. It was done by somebody else. It wasn't done by me. We sent that to the council members so that I could close out that request at the last meeting. And so that's the end of that. I don't know that I can address climate change, but I resent Mr. Sando's slush fund comments, and Mr. Dunn is the attorney, and Mr. Dunn doesn't necessarily do sewer infrastructure. Mr. Dunn was the attorney who did, who did litigation and whatnot. So quoting him relative to sewer infrastructure, I'm not sure what the purpose of that is. I think that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Heck. All right, now members of the council. We'll start with Councilman Vogt.
Excuse me, Mayor Schaefer, can I respond to comments by the public as our manager just did?
Okay.
Thank you.
3 minutes, that would be great.
Okay, so I want to respond to former Mayor Martucci, who asked about the James Drive sewer plant and when it was going to be resolved. I want to remind Mr. Martucci that in 2017, he sat on the council. At that time, the council was advised that they could do the repairs for a sum of $908,000, or they could replace that plant for $2 million with the state-of-the-art plant. Today, we still have this problem because it wasn't addressed by the council back then when Mr. Martucci served on the council. So today we have been asked to bond for $1.5 million just to do repairs, when $2 million would do a state-of-the-art sewer plant. It seems ludicrous to do these little repairs that cost so much money that will be 1.5 million, just $500,000 short of a state-of-the-art plant that would probably solve all these issues. And Congressman Gottheimer told us that we can utilize that $636,000 specifically for this sewer plant, which would reduce the cost to $1.5 million for a state-of-the-art plant. It is also common for the connection fees and the user fees to be allocated to pay off that bond. That is the solution that the Democrats have offered. We have offered to do a bond that is structured so that we can utilize the grant money that we have to reduce the cost of this sewer plant and also make sure that it's paid off by the connection fees and the user fees. It's a fair plan. There is not a problem with that plan other than getting your buy-in. As for what Mr. Heck said about the Superfund money that was utilized to pay off the former bond for $3 million, the objection was to utilize any of that money for that. And if you were going to encumber it, you should have encumbered all 5 million of that money, not use it when you see fit and then encumber it when we're asking you to utilize it for police radios and the library. That is unfair assumption that we had stated. We also gave you that resolution. You tabled it and then failed to place it on this agenda. So there was a resolution that was proposed by the Democrats at the last meeting, and I'm asking why it wasn't included. You tabled it, but you didn't say you were throwing it out, and yet it is no longer here on this agenda. Can you help me understand why it wasn't included?
I'll answer that. It was tabled because did anyone go back to the finance committee on that?
Well, I assume that that's what you tabled it for, so that you could do that between now and then.
Did anyone call to ask to set up a meeting with the finance committee? Did anyone call the CFO? Did anyone call the borough manager? No. So you made those comments, but no one ever called in the meantime between the last meeting and this meeting. So does anyone else, since I allowed Councilwoman O'Keefe to speak before we do council comments, does anyone else on council like to speak to answer any of these questions? No.
I will.
Yes.
I'll just briefly address a few of the comments from this public portion. To Ms. Kearney, the American Rescue Plan was one of the big variables, and that is not something that's been brought up recently. We've raised that since we voted down the bond, and obviously the conversation is continuing around how to use those funds, can we, etc. So I just wanted to clarify that that was raised at the time that we first voted no on that. For Mr. Rybacki, regarding the Airbnb ordinance, again, if we go back to last meeting, there were comments around taking a more surgical approach and not, going for a complete ban. So this was not some sort of massive shift. What I will say, again, as I said at the time, changed my thinking on it was actually hearing from Ms. Hopon, or forgive my pronunciation, who I also have never heard of. I don't know her, never met her, couldn't pick her out of a lineup. I was swayed solely by my understanding that this was somebody who was renting out her home. When I say owner occupied, primary residence, where you register to vote, your driver's license, first mortgage, the one property that you live in, it's not your second home, it's not an investment property. If this is a situation where she can rent it out for 20 days out of the month, maybe she misrepresented herself. I don't know, but I also don't know that there are not those in town who are using it properly and just renting out a room in their home here and there. And so that's what I wanted to clarify about that.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to go to council comments. Councilman Bolton.
Thank you. And now I don't have to go on and off mute. We'll again thank everybody for the late hour. And I am again happy that I actually wrote some things down. So it's not, hopefully not as obvious that it's my 11 o'clock brain. But as many of you know, I'm not running for re-election this year. It was not an easy decision, but a new job consumes much of my time and brain space. And what's left of either is really needed by my son. Something being home for almost 2 years really crystallized. What time I have for the community will be spent on things we do together, whether that's scouts, rec programs, or something else entirely. We are very good at recognizing and celebrating volunteerism in our community. It is a key part of what keeps things running and what makes us a community. We may see things differently, but I think we are all pretty good at appreciating the people who step up. I think that's why I've been particularly troubled by some misinformation circulating about the woman running for my seat. She is a dedicated public servant and a newcomer to town who, like myself, raised her hand and got involved to keep Ringwood wonderful and help make it better. Beyond traditional smear tactics and taking partial statements out of context, there is an effort to discredit and invalidate her eligibility to run. As someone who needed approval myself to run, and even approval from my new employer to finish out my term, I can assure you that Jessica Kitzman has followed every process and gotten all approvals needed to serve this community. For those who haven't had the chance to meet or speak with her, I hope you take that opportunity and will be as impressed as I am. But I just had to clear that up. I'm stepping away until my husband and son are sick of me, but I couldn't have done so without knowing there was a good person running to take my place. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ferretti.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I believe Ringwood, New Jersey is one of the greatest places somebody could choose to live. That's why I fight, as well as Ryan and Kathy and everybody else, for what we feel is the best for our town. Surrounding ourselves in the natural beauty of this town that we're blessed to be in is great for the soul. And it bothers me when I hear that people have to move out because they can't afford to stay here when they get older. We need to ensure that the future for Ringwood taxpayers is a bright one, that we can keep the taxes steady, do what we can for people and for their experience living here. I believe the way to accomplish that is by using more county, state, and federal money to do projects in town, if and when those funds are available. We need to ensure that the natural beauty in this town is preserved. Move forward with smart solutions to things, not expensive, expansive projects that are wrong for the area. I'm all for the bike and pedestrian plan that we've been working on for over 10 years, and we need to start implementing. Part of that, which I'm also all for, is a crosswalk over Skyline Drive. Redevelopment of the Stop and Shop and CVS area, I'm all for it. And fulfilling our affordable housing requirements. I am not for going about that with high density housing on Skyline Drive and at the intersection of Skyline Lake Drive and Greenwood Lake Turnpike, which is what's proposed. If you think adding 4 more households for every one affordable one, resulting in over 1,000, eventually 1,000 additional households in this only 4,300 household borough is wrong, I agree with you that that would be the wrong way to go. And Kathy O'Keefe and Jessica Kitzman also agree that it would not be the right direction to go. November 2nd is election day. I encourage everyone to get out and vote if you haven't already mailed in your votes. Our local election this year in Ringwood is extremely important. This election will determine if we continue to have a party balance on our council, or if we'll have an all-Republican council. I believe it's important to have these differing views and checks and balances in our town. I did not and do not support the current high-density housing plan supported by those with the black and orange signs. Also, I believe we should prioritize looking for grant funding more often than we do, rather than going out for bonds. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Next, Councilwoman O'Keefe.
Yes, I think there was a question earlier that wasn't answered. Somebody had asked if the high density housing would be owner occupied or rental units. I'd like to clarify that my understanding is they are rental units. Also, I do not support high-density housing, and this was never COA or was never the impetus for this council to move in this direction. They did it for ratables, and those ratables will never be realized. This will make our taxes go higher. It will not help keep them steady or make them lower. It was a failed plan from the beginning, and I would like to see us come up with a different solution. Also, I want to remind everybody that Election Day actually starts October 23rd this year, so you can vote early. There will be a voting place down in Wanacue at the community college, and there will also be voting opportunities up in West Milford at the municipal site. So Election Day is normally November 2nd. This year, people can start voting at the end of this week. So I just want everyone to be aware of that. And there will be new machines. So hopefully we have all our volunteers and all our poll workers have been trained on the new machines, because it will be a different experience than we're used to. It's an important election, as all elections are. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Mario Landis has lost cable and Wi-Fi, so I guess she won't be giving any comments tonight. Councilman Spear.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused of just what I just heard from Councilwoman O'Keefe. It would have been a good time, anytime, to actually provide us an idea of what a different plan is. I get the point. You want a different plan. You'd like to see you investigate maybe something different. You could have put out a proposal. I mean, the closest thing I've heard you kind of allude to is that maybe that convent property, which is currently American Diction Centers, that maybe that would be useful to consider for affordable housing requirements. But you'd never really actually come out and stated what you want to do. You just want to have something different than what we're proposing. And what we're proposing, I think there was a comment earlier in the first general public portion, referring back to some statements I made in 2017, 2018. I made statements on this stuff here for 10 years running, probably. Yes, the main impetus for the plan is to try to get the shopping centers redeveloped. If this were only to solve the affordable housing issue, I don't think that's necessarily in Ringwood's best interest. However, if we need to try to redevelop our shopping center areas, and if the state Supreme Court lays a requirement on us for over 200 affordable housing units that we allegedly owe the state or whoever, we had to take the opportunity to fully flush that out and try to investigate what it would actually come down to. And Councilman Ferretti's recent comment on how this can eventually lead to 1,000 housing units, it's patently ridiculous. That just simply there is no place for those things to go. What we are talking about is what has been published, what has been out there for years. It may end up with a total of about 200 apartment units, 35 to 40 of them being affordable. That would satisfy our round 3 obligation for the affordable housing. I think the first time we filed we filed a plan for round 3 was in 2005. So this has been going on a long time. We're hoping to be able to actually see some decent redevelopment. We have to start thinking about what the shopping center area is going to look like in the next 50 years. This what we have now is about 50 years old as it is. It's worn down. It's not getting any better. If it was going to be a 100% commercial property, that could have been redeveloped at any time in the past 20 years. Our zoning has never changed. So that zoning and that product, that opportunity for just a shopping center is not attractive, is not bringing in capital. We might have to expand the area. That is the kind of thinking that went into this plan. I just wanted to offer that, Mayor. And thank you very much. Good job. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a few things. I guess Councilman McCracken is gone, right? So he's not on. Okay. First, Councilman Spear, you mentioned, 35, 40 units. And I vaguely remember at either the July meeting or maybe the last meeting that Councilwoman O'Keefe said, well, why not 100%? So, she talks about, high density, but then she wants 100%. So I'm kind of confused with that. I have a few things I want to speak on. The library had a fish and chips on October 14th. They sold 263 dinners. So thanks to the trustees and the friends of the library for helping to make this, their first fish and chips, a great success. Thank you to Mary Ellen at the library and Dan and a lot of the staff members for helping. It was a great fundraiser. This Saturday, October 23rd, is Caring for Ringwood Day. It's over at the Park and Ride between 9 a.m. and 12. So please come out and support the community to clean up the roads. I also want to speak on October 16th. We were pleased to have a ribbon cutting of the Ringwood's new library trail. There are a number of people to acknowledge that have helped make this a reality. First of all, I'd like to thank Tom Conway and the Environmental Commission for discussing this endeavor and making it happen. The Environmental Commission and the Council would like to thank Scott Heck for securing the right approvals and having the DPW crew clean up objects too big for the volunteers. A sincere thank you to New York, New Jersey Trail Conference, who had 4 of their volunteers or their employees hike the trail and give tips for its current design, as well as expansion opportunities. They also provided the metal blazes at no charge. The following people are to be commended for their help in making this trail a reality: Chris Conley, Peter Dolan, and Kylie Yang for hiking the trail and helping to direct the route. Jeremy Abgar, who will be added to the next hike, who will add the next hiking map of the area. The Green Team for raising funds through plastic collection event and donating a bench. John Moran for making the 70 metal trailblazers. And last but not least, Tom's wife and kids, wife Tara, son Rowan, and daughter Hazel, helping with the cleanups. Tom also relayed to me a few beneficial talking points he felt were important to mention. The trail is next to public transportation, a rare thing in Passaic County. The library and playground will encourage families that are new to hiking. The Economic Development Commission has a grant to expand the trail even further. Tom also acknowledged this trail will have one of the best winter sunsets in the area. And lastly, this is the first marked trail in the Skyline Drive commercial area. So congratulations to Tom, to you and the Environmental Commission. And I want to say I'm very proud of myself because I made that hike up that steep trail and was told, well, once you get to the cell tower, it all evens out. Liar, liar. It went up even further. So I'm very proud of myself. But, thanks to all. And let me see if I have anything else. No.
Mayor, I see in my
Mayor
notes, I
Schaefer.
missed one question. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mayor Schaefer, since both Councilman Spear and you called me out in your statements, I'd like to respond.
Oh, I first want to finish with the council people, okay? And then
Well, I thought you were finished. That's why I said that.
Nicole, could you speak on election?
So I did want to touch on the election. I know Councilwoman O'Keefe did mention some of the changes this year. Election day is November 2nd, and the polls will be open 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. And all the polling districts are open as in the past. What is different this year is early voting. Early voting will take place October 23rd through October 31st. And the hours that you're able to go vote in 9 different locations in Passaic County is from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., Monday through Saturday, and on Sunday from 10 to 6 p.m. There are 9 locations. I'm going to have them up on the website tomorrow if you want to go onto there and see where they are. There's also a video on the website if you have a minute that you can go look at, because we have all new voting machines for Passaic County. They're electronic. It's a little different than it has been in the past, and it'd be a great idea if you can go and see the video before you show up to the polling locations, because the process is going to be different than in the past. So if you can watch the video, it's self-explanatory and it'll really help election day move smooth. Also, October 26th is the last day to get your application in for a mail-in ballot. The ballot box is open outside Borough Hall, so if you already did receive one, you can come and drop it off here as well as any location in Passaic County. So that's just the election update that I wanted to give everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman O'Keefe.
Yes, I wanted to respond to both yourself and to Councilman Spear, since you both called me out. Councilman Spear wanted to know why I didn't come up with an alternative plan to the grandiose plan that you have come up with. Unfortunately, I didn't have access to the hundreds of thousands of dollars that you have spent on your plan to come up with a different plan. I did suggest the convent because that property was for sale, and it was already noted that it would be feasible to do 64 units. And Mayor Schaefer, when you said that I said, why not do all affordable? The fact of the matter is that your fair share agreement has obligated this town to 215 fair share affordable units. You're going to build 250. Now, if we go with your 1 affordable unit to 5 market units, it's true what Mr. Ferretti said. You would need to do 1,075 new housing units to satisfy that. So right now, today, you're going to build 44, you're going to build 250, but you're only going to satisfy 44 of that obligation. That means the state of New Jersey will be coming back in the future to Ringwood to say, how are you going to satisfy the rest of your obligation? If you, as Mr. Spear has said in the past, wanted to do your constitutional duty and get this done with and off our plate, then if you did 215 units, you would have fulfilled what you have obligated this town to do. I think your plan from the get-go was a poor plan, and I would have done what Mr. Dunn had suggested, fight tooth and nail, because we are protected by the Highlands Act. I know you've been railing against the Highlands Act since it was passed, but it was passed to preserve our way of life. And you have never accepted the fact that it protects our water, it protects the town, and it's unfortunate that we've taken this path. But thank you for letting me respond.
Yeah, I just, looking at my notes here, I missed one comment, and I would like to answer Councilperson O'Keefe's question. So Ms. Tall suggested that the transcript was inaccurate or wasn't. Listen, the transcript was done by Helen Forsett in my office, and I also have a recording of it. So what I sent to the council is accurate, and so that's the end of that discussion. Relative to the Councilman O'Keefe's question about whether it's rental or owner occupied, at this stage, we're looking to determine what the numbers are going to be. Once we determine what the numbers are going to be, then it's going to go through a rather onerous process of writing zoning ordinances and what's going to be required and what's not going to be required. I think this council has pretty much all echoed the thoughts that while we get more benefits out of rental units, owner occupied, they would certainly be much happier with, and that through the planning process, the property owners are going to, once we set the ordinance, they're going to determine what they believe they can provide and produce. And that's going to be handled once you start to set the parameters. But before you can do any of those plans and those ordinances, you have to figure out what number you're working for. You have to figure out the wastewater. You have to figure out all that stuff. So from my perspective, and Mr. Klimek can correct me if I'm wrong, it will be either rental units or owner occupied. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's guaranteed one or the other at this point. Am I correct, Mr. Klimek?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I'll second. It's Ryan.
Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
council members Bolton,
Yes.
Ferretti,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Okay, good night, everyone. And please be careful out there driving with Halloween coming up. There'll be a lot of kiddies out there, I'm assuming, so drive carefully.
Probably all weekend with trunk or treats.
Yes, yes.
Happy Halloween.
Thank you.
Be safe. Thanks, everybody.
Night.